Happy today's Monday, right? Yeah, today's Monday. Oh yeah, happy Monday, April 11th. It seems like the days are just going by so fast. I mean, I'm not gonna lie to you. I thought today was like Thursday or Friday, but that's a good thing though when you're constantly positive, when you're constantly upbeat, and when you are constantly working. Yeah, I didn't know what today was. Damn, I thought it damn, I thought it was Thursday. What's going on here? Yeah, but nevertheless, though, salute to you guys. I'm so glad that you guys are in the building on a. So glad that you guys have tuned in to me. Before I get into the topic is why the chaotic truth, left teaching. Guys, I was a teacher for many years in the public school system. And not to get too personal, but I really thought that I could make a difference. I really thought that I could help out people, help out students. But what I came to realize was the public school system, not all public schools, I mean, it really depends on your area code, but most public school systems are horrible. And they're horrible for a multiplicity of reasons. And I'm going to get into that. But nevertheless, though, salute to all of you guys in the chat. I'm so glad that you guys are here. Before I get into the topic, which I failed to say the first time, please hit the like button. Please subscribe. Please share this link. And to all the haters that are in the bushes, just share the video. Share it to your other hating friends and your other hating associates or confederates. But nevertheless, though, guys, please smash that like button. Please definitely share it. All you got to do is just send out the link to the people in your phone. That's all you got to do. I mean, all of you guys have 100 or so people in your contact list. Dish out the video. But nevertheless, though, I was a public school teacher for many years. And me being the chaotic truth, me being the person that I am, I don't hold anything back. And I do want to tell you that I'm going to be completely honest with you today, and I'm going to tell you a solution, especially if you are a parent. I'm going to tell you what I would do if you are planning on having children, if you have children that are not in school yet. And I'm going to tell you exactly what to do. I'm going to be the whistleblower today. I'm going to tell you the honest to God's truth. And I'm going to expose a lot of hypocrisy within the public school system and within the school system overall. So, guys, please stay tuned. If you have to go back and forth, just keep the tab open. Hopefully you guys are enjoying this while you are doing whatever task, whether you are at work, whether you are mowing the lawn, whether you're just washing some dishes. But thank you guys so much for coming to the chaotic truth. What's up, Mystique? I words can't describe how much I appreciate you. Seven Still says standing ovation. Salute to you. Positivity is definitely coming your way. Bob, salute to you. Positivity is definitely coming your way. The woman who doesn't exist to you says a lot of these kids are bringing troubles to the teachers. We're going to get into that. Salute to you guys. Mike for Boston, salute. Positivity is definitely coming your way. Promise Hernandez, positivity is coming your way as soon as possible, instantaneously. HB, what's up, man? HB says, laugh out loud. Gotcha. Thank you, sir. HB, positivity is definitely coming your way. D says, public schools are only for men that are castrated. If you don't go along with the liberal talking points and structure, you won't survive in that setting. D says, I remember seeing a pic of a drag queen reading to an elementary school. Wow. Yeah, guys. Resolute, what's going on, man? Positivity is coming your way. Demetrius, what's up? He says, greetings, chaotic truth. Greetings to you as well, Demetrius. Free Zone Lou says, salute, chaotic truth in the chat. Peace and positivity. Guys, I'm going to go over why I left public schools, right? So I taught in public schools for many years. And what I can tell you, Adriel, what's up, Adriel? Adriel says the resolution enacted on July 30th, 1778 can be considered the world's first whistleblower law. My ex-wife, however, started blowing her boss 3 months prior to her promotion. Oh, what are you talking about? Okay, nevertheless, what's up, Natalie? Natalie says, hello, chaotic truth, peace and abundance to you, Bob. Automatically with the super chat. Thank you so much. Bob says, don't play no music, just keep talking, young man. Salute to you, Bob. I'm so glad that you contributed to the show. And guys, if you would like to contribute to the show, please, guys, hit the $ at the bottom of the screen. It will prompt you to a contribution. Any contribution goes to the show. It definitely helps out with the studio and everything else with it, the sound engineering, the analytics, the editing, et cetera, not just for this page, but for the other pages as well that I have. And thank you so much. Thank you again, Bob, for the contribution. Guys, listen, I taught for many years in public school, and I'm going to whistleblow. I'm going to tell it like it is. As a former teacher, as an African-American man as well, the best thing you can do is to get out of the public schools as a teacher. It is no place for you as a man. And the writing's on the wall for even straight women now. Here goes the thing. The problem with public schools is that there is no accountability on the children's part. There's no accountability on the parents' part. And so the school district needs the money because they need butts and seats. So they don't want to suspend any kids. They don't want to reprimand any kids. They don't want the media involved in the schools because it looks bad on the district. And in doing so, you have a lot of administrators who come down hard on the teachers. Everything is the teacher's fault. If Tyrone isn't reading, if Jill isn't reading at a certain grade level, it's the teacher's fault. It's not the parents' fault. It's not the guardian's fault. It's the teacher's fault. Now, one of the biggest problems that I noticed in schools is fighting. Fighting is the biggest problem. You think that I'm talking about children fighting each other or the students fighting each other. No. When I was a teacher years ago, there were so many kids that would get into the faces of their teachers. Anytime you would try to reprimand them, anytime that you would try to discipline them, they would literally, male and female students, they would literally pop, as we call it in high school, they would literally pop fly with the teacher. They get in the teacher's face. Man, you ain't gonna do nothing to me. You know who I am. Who are you? You're a little 14-year-old kid who work at McDonald's. Who are you? But the reason why so many kids would nuck if they buck or get in your face is because they know that there's no repercussion. They know that if you beat them up, they know that they can win in a lawsuit. Their parents can get money from the school district, and nobody's going to have the side of the teacher. So they can do what they want to do. This is a problem in the public schools. So many times, listen, right now, today, there are students that are knocking out teachers right now. You only see, 1 or 2 stories in the national news, maybe once or twice a week. But trust me, it is happening now. It is happening now. It is happening now. And it's happening because the school district refuses to discipline these students. These students don't answer to their parents. They don't answer to anybody. They're influenced by rap music. They're influenced by all types of TV shows. They're influenced by social media now. in record numbers. They're being told that that they are on the same level as adults now. They're being told that they have they can speak freely now. Now, mind you, they're the student. This doesn't happen in private schools. Prove me wrong. This is what I noticed years ago as a teacher. Now, no kid ever knocked me out, but I saw so many teachers getting knocked out. I saw so many teachers with glass jaws. You know, these are teachers. These are professional fighters. But again, the students don't have respect for the school. The students don't have respect for their parent. So why would the student have respect for you? Even knowing that I could do pretty much whatever I want to do. That's public schools. So if you are a soon-to-be parent, if you are a parent now, and you have a child that is entering into school, I would highly recommend, as a former teacher, that you do not send your kids to these cesspools of violence. And that's what it is. They knock out principals. They knock out superintendents. They knock out the guidance counselors. Some of them do it just for fun. And I know people are going to say, well, I went to public school. So what? You know what I'm talking about. Johnny, how come you didn't do your work? Man, I ain't gonna do no work, man. Well, you gotta do something. Man, I ain't gonna do nothing, man. You ain't gonna make me do nothing. You can't even talk to the kids without the kids getting an attitude with you, ready to fight. They are influenced by so many negative things now. They're eating chips. They're drinking Arizonas before they're coming in. They already are amped up anyway off the bad food. And then they see you trying to be nice to them. They see you happy. They see you, just lollygagging. And what people do, what predators do essentially, is they take their anger out on you. You ever been nice to somebody and that person turns on you? That's generally how a lot of human beings are anyway. So these kids, a lot of times, what I used to see is the teachers who are always the nice ones. Oh yeah, Johnny, I will help you out all day long. They get knocked out. I'm not lying here. I'm telling the damn truth. Fighting is the number one problem in the inner city public schools and a lot of other public schools. It could be rural. I'm going to show you some rural ones. Don't get it twisted. They knock out teachers in rural areas. Take these kids. Listen, if you are a parent, you have to listen to whistleblowers like me. A lot of teachers, listen, a lot of people teach you now, they're chaotic. Please don't tell them the truth. I like my $45,000-$50,000 a year job and I'm planning on retirement. Stop it. You got to aim higher in life. These little kids don't care about you. They don't care about you when you are of retirement age. They don't care about you when they graduate. Yes, they do. I had a kid come back and tell me I was the best teacher of ever. One kid out of 1,000 kids you taught. The woman who doesn't exist, thank you for the super chat. These kids only care about rapping and squaring up. It's the truth. Must be the money. It's got to be, because I got people who want to be my friend. People I never knew. I want to point out what Savage said. Savage said, we attacked teachers when I was in school. Look what Savage wrote. Look at what Savage wrote. And Savage will tell you he's from Cleveland. Cleveland in the 90s had the worst school district in the country. And to a degree, they have the worst school district now. Nice buildings, the federal government funding these schools and building buildings doesn't mean that the culture has changed, because it hasn't. These kids will fight you. I saw students knocking out secretaries. Secretary be typing on the computer. You guys think I'm playing? You guys think I'm trolling today's episode? I'm not trolling. I'm trying to save your children's life. Get them away from these violent public school students. Not the majority of them. It's about 50%. It's about 50%. I went to public schools my damn self. I remember being in classes. Hey guys, why don't we do the work? Oh, chaotic, you corny, man. Why you always want to learn? You guys think I'm playing? I'm not playing. I'm not playing. I'm like, hey guys, don't hit the teacher, guys. Chaotic, man, you soft, man. You ain't about to beat up the teacher. Guys, we're not supposed to beat up the teacher. Yes, I was that student. I was that student that was orderly. I was that student that wanted to learn. And people used to say, man, you think you better than us. You be looking down on us, man. I'm like, looking down on you? We're here to learn. We're not here to beat up the teachers. We're not here to fight these grown teachers. Because if they knock one of you out, then you'll be crying they shouldn't have beat up a kid. And then if a kid beats up a teacher, then they're clowning the teacher. It's a lose-lose situation if you're a teacher. Get those, don't send your kids to public schools. I'm gonna show you, we're gonna have fun tonight. Hit that like button, share this video, and listen, guys, I'm about to black out. I love snitching on the public school system. I love telling it like it is. Do you want to know why there are so many principals in these public? You ever sit back and ask yourself, why are there 5 and 6 different principals in one building? You ever sit back and ask yourself, why is there a police? Why do certain public school systems have their own police force? Think about that. You ever sit back and ask yourself, why do public school systems have metal detectors? They don't have that in private schools. They don't have police in private schools. That's how dangerous it is in public schools. Get your kids out of there. Don't send your kids to public schools. And if you're in school right now, like, well, I'm going to be a teacher and I'm going to help out these public school kids and I'm going to, no, it's no point. You're going to waste your life. The world is too beautiful. Listen, you have the opportunity as an American to do pretty much anything you want to do, but why waste it in the public school system? No, I have a calling to help out these kids. You have a calling. These kids are going to knock you out because you're nice. They're going to knock you out. You're going to be on the ground, 44 years old, like, and you're going to hear the little kids like, oh, they knocked him out, like cackling hyenas. Don't be 44, 50-something years old embarrassing yourself. Don't send your kids to these schools to be a part of this gang mentality as well. Send those kids to private schools where it's order, where it's civility, where there's an expectation of education, where there's an expectation of respect for the administration and down. The administrators, the principal, and the teachers. But I know people are going to call me Uncle Ruckus, call me a coon. But I tell it like it is. I got out of the public school systems because I knew if a kid pop fly with me, hey, we're going to be fighting. So I got the hell up out of there. And the fact of the matter is that you need to listen to me. I am a solution-based conservative content creator. And what's going to happen is that you're going to see, listen, we are already seeing the grooming culture infiltrating these schools now. You got the rainbow community infiltrating these schools at a high level now. So what do you think these kids are going to do to those people now? Let me show you a video real quick. Let me show you a video. Guys, please hit the like button. Please subscribe. And let's hang out tonight. Happy Monday. Happy Moon Day. Let me show you guys something to show you how real it is in these streets. Now, this is a rural school in Kentucky.
Oh! Deal with me.
Now, look at this little girl. She's about 13 or 14 years old. She's mad about something. And what does she do? She walks to the front of the classroom and attacks this 50 or 60-year-old teacher.
You're right. Have you touched me? I did not touch you.
The lady's trying to explain to her, girl, you touched me first, but I'm just going to ask you to leave. You know why she's not going to leave? Because this is the generation where the principals, the administration, and the parents will come in there and they will scold the teacher for telling the little girl to leave the classroom. This happens all over in public schools.
No.
The girl picked up the phone. She has no respect for the teacher. She has no respect for the education process. She has no respect for the classroom. She has no respect for the school. And she has no respect for herself. This is not an isolated situation. This happens every day across the nation. And that's why these schools are failing. Because you can't reprimand her. You can't yoke her up and throw her out the classroom. You can't suspend these kids anymore.
No, I'm calling my mama. You ain't about to fuck me up, bitch.
You heard what the girl called her? She called her a bitch. You heard her? She called her a bitch. You know how many teachers get called a bitch? Do you know how many moms get called a bitch every day? Some 50, 60-year-old mom going to work. Oh, I'm a teacher. You know how many times this happens a day by some little degenerate, little bastard little kid? Because she's mad and upset and because she knows that there's going to be no repercussions?
Get off my seat.
And instead, and here's a tragedy of it. And instead of the other kids saying, you know what, we should stop this. You know, you shouldn't be doing this to the teacher. The little kids in the classroom are recording it. You know why they're recording it? Because the public schools have allowed cell phones. When I was a kid in the 90s, you couldn't even have a beeper in class.
I need to go now. Please respect get fucked up and she doesn't get the fuck away from me.
You heard what she's saying? She's telling her mom, now hear me out. Tell me I'm lying here. This little girl is telling her mom that I'm going to F up the teacher. The mom, instead of the mom saying, get your A in that seat and shut up, the mom is encouraging the behavior. This is the problem in the public schools. Do you think this happens in the private schools? Do you think this happens in other independent schools? Absolutely not.
You want to talk to her because she's black and she's thick and
Now here goes this teacher. She's probably been teaching for 30, 40 years. This little girl, oh, you better come get her because she's black and she's this, that, and the other. Trying to incite something. Oh, let me say the black. Let me call her black. Let me try to and further incite her. See, this little girl wants this teacher to knock her out. That's the problem.
you want to talk to her because she's black and she's thick and she's fucking pissing me off right now.
Now you saw what she did. She slammed the phone. Watch.
Black and she's fucking pissing me off right now.
This happens every single day in the public schools. She threw the phone at her like, bing. Could you imagine this? You're 75 years old. All you want to do is relax. You've done your diligence to country and state, and some little unappreciative little bastard is throwing a phone at you because they are mad that you told them to do a work assignment. That's why I left. I saw it all day long. And you couldn't say anything, especially if you were a black man, because you're only what, 1%? Listen, if a black man is listening to me, if you are black, especially, if you look like Don Cheadle, that's black. Get out of the public school system. Go to some place that appreciates you. They are hiring in Qatar. They are hiring in Saudi Arabia. Get out of America. If you cannot work at a private school as a black man, especially, get out of here. Look how they're treating. Listen, they treat look how she's treating the woman. She'd treat a black man even worse, because what's he gonna do? Get out of there. The schools are not for the straight community anymore, and they're not for the black community anymore. I'm gonna show you some more. I'm gonna show you some more videos. This happens all the time. Don't send your kids to these schools. Give me a second. I'm still here. Guys, you guys are, I'm so glad and appreciative of you guys. Please hit the like button. Please subscribe. But guys, listen, you know I'm solution-based. Now watch this one. Now I'm pretty sure you guys have seen this one, right? Just check this one out. This is insane. Now, this is a public school in California. I'm pretty sure Mike from Boston saw this. He's in California. He was in California. Now, this is a public school in South LA, or Southern California, which is Los Angeles. Look how many times this Hispanic kid is going to call this teacher the N-word. But that's not even the worst part. Bro, you got me fucked up, nigga. No, that's shit, nigga. You better see me. I'm right here, nigga. Bro, you say you gonna be my ass or something? Oh, my mom, bro. Everybody saying that shit. Come on now, nigga. You got me fucked up, bro. You got me fucked up, nigga. You got me fucked up, bro. Bro, my mom, bro. My mom, bro. Now, see, let me show you guys something real quick. And thank you for the super chat. Let me get to that real quick. Thank you for the super chat again, Bob. Oh, Bob, you said you didn't want to hear the music. Okay, what's up, Bob? What's up, everybody? Thank you for the super chat. Bob said no music, keep talking. Okay, good. There we go. Thank you, Bob. Now, check this out. This is another thing about the school system that I didn't like. Black kid, white kid, Hispanic, it don't matter. Public schools have a culture of so much disrespect towards the teacher that a kid who is 14 years old, his bones aren't developed, his brain isn't developed. You have a lot of these underdeveloped kids physically who think that they can beat up a grown man. A grown man. They step to a lot of these teachers, male teachers. I've seen a lot of white teachers rock. Listen, when I was in school, I saw a lot of these white teachers who were former wrestlers put kids on their necks. I saw a lot of these black teachers, male teachers, snap and put kids on their neck. They'll get suspended and they'll get fired. Because you know what? a man can only take so much disrespect. And no man wants to take disrespect from a 13, 14-year-old kid who's 5'4", 5'5", and weighs 110 pounds. But watch this, though. Watch this. Watch this.
Why your voice cracking, my nigga?
He's saying something about why you doing this, my nigga. See, he's trying to talk like a gangster, what he perceives as a gangster. He's not a gangster. He's a 13-year-old little boy. He's in this man's face. He's like, oh, this dude ain't gonna do nothing to me. He ain't gonna do nothing. I'm the popular one here. And the man is like, you can see the man's body language. He's trying to say, please leave me alone, man. Please leave me alone. But the kid is calling him an N-word. The kid is all in his space. The man, he doesn't really know what to do, because if he rocks this kid, if he knocks him out, he's going to get jumped by the other kid. That's another problem. Fighting is the number one reason why the public school system is horrible. This is probably 50% of the problems of the public school system. And again, it is fighting the teachers. It happens more than you think. A lot of teachers get assaulted every day and don't say nothing. All right, Johnny, just go back to your seat. Because they can't hit the kids back. Because, just watch.
Come on, bro. Yeah, walk the fuck back, nigga.
Thank you for the super chat, Uncle Stu. Now watch this. And see, the kids, they keep on egging it on. See, they instead of trying to learn music, this is a music class. Instead of one of the kids saying, "Hey, look, Ali," well, this kid's Hispanic. Look, Alejandro, look, sit down. I'm trying to get into USC. I want to be a violinist. They're all egging it on. See, the kids don't even stop the kid from. See, you have to look at it like this. A kid who goes to a private school, there's an expectation that, okay, I'm in this private school. My parents told me that private school leads to connections. These connections lead me to one day possibly being the CEO or a C-suite executive of a major company. I'm not going to let anybody ruin it. But that's not being taught in the public schools. How do you know that, Chaotic? Go to any Fortune 500, go to the C-suite executive, go to their biography, see what see what schools they went to.
You been, bitch. What? Bro, I'm on, bro. Did you really say that shit, bro? I'm on, bro. Everybody saying that shit, my nigga. Bro, they lying shit, bro. Stop lying, my nigga. You the one lying, bro. I'm on, bro. Stop fronting, my nigga. You know you said that shit, bro. I'm on.
Before the billions, thank you for the super chat, sir. It's got to be, because I got people who want to be my friend, people I never knew. Before the billion says, you are right, public school has a terrible issue with fighting. Yes, it does.
Bro, say it too, bro. We're right here, bro. Everybody watching, my nigga. What's up?
Now, and this is why I say it's bad at public schools. See, this kid, he doesn't really listen. Let me tell you guys something. This kid is so unaware of his surrounding because he was just born 2 years ago. Well, he was born 14 years ago. He can't even tell that look in that man's face is 60 years of being a man. He can't see. The man has those eyes. You know, like a man. A man has a certain level of fire in their eyes. 60 years of disappointment, 60 years of sorrow, 60 years of loving, 60 years of fighting, 60 years of working, 60 years of marriage. See, he doesn't see the look in that man's eyes. And this little boy is so unaware of his surroundings. And that's another reason why I say it's very dangerous where the public school systems are going. The reason why a lot of these kids end up in prison or dead is because the public schools don't teach them about life. These kids do. I had a kid. He was in my class for a couple of weeks, ended up going to juvie. The very same judge that I worked for after college as a probation officer sentenced him to 60 years in prison because he was robbing people. Now, I tried to talk to the kid when he was in high school. Hey, man, don't do that. Don't do that. Man, come on, man. Man, you know what I'm saying, man? No, yeah. But then you get reprimanded as the teacher for trying to kick knowledge to the kid. Kid's doing 60 years in prison.
You ain't telling me shit.
He called him a hoe ass bitch. Can you imagine this? Can you imagine? Can you imagine you're 65 years old and some little boy whose neck is about this, like this size, is in your face talking to you. So imagine what this guy is thinking of doing to this little boy. This little boy is really lucky that this wasn't a 35, 45-year-old man that's in shape. Because that age level really, that age range, I really believe is one of the strongest age range. That 35, 45, 50. Can you imagine? This boy is lucky that this man is damn near 70 years old. Because a man at 45 would have really knocked him out.
Ooh, he said cut straight up.
You see, the man is warning him. The man is like, listen, man, please leave me alone. He's warning him. He's begging him. But you notice there's no security coming in there. There's no police. There's no administrators all of a sudden. I just want you to pay attention to that. This is another thing about the public schools. You will always notice that nobody seems to be around right before things happen. But all of a sudden, when things do happen, it's Mr. Such and Such, what did you do wrong? We saw you doing wrong, Mr. Such and Such. Mr. Such and Such. You see my finger?
Oh, you say that shit, what's up, bro? You say that shit, bro? You say that shit, what? I'm telling you.
The teacher's telling him, you better leave. You better leave. You better leave. Kid doesn't even care. The kid, he ain't listening to this man because he has no respect for men. He for damn sure doesn't have respect for black men. And you will see a lot of this in the public school systems too. You will see a lot of that in the public school systems. Because, again, they're being taught you don't have to respect a black man. The kids are taught that. Listen, when I was teaching, you know how many white kids said, you're a nigger, Mr. Chaotic. I don't have to listen to you. Can you imagine this? The kid is like 7, 8 years old. We'd be like, what? These things happen in the public schools. You know how many times I got called just a flat out nigger. You're a nigger, Mr. K. I almost said Mr. Chaotic. I don't have to listen to you. You're a nigger. How many times that happened? Because that's how it is in public schools. You see it? The teacher was like, hold on for a second. Wait a minute. Watch. Hold on for a second. Look, watch. Just watch. Hear how chaotic it's getting here. Just listen to all the sounds, all the jungle sounds. It's how it is. Every day, teachers have to go through this. See, this is what happens. Now, you notice there's it looks like maybe a resource officer, maybe somebody from the office with the vest, all of a sudden came from out of nowhere. And what happens? She's seeing the teacher attacking him. She didn't see what happened before, but you will see it. Watch. Just watch. wanna point out that the teacher was like, "Who hit me? Who hit me?" See, can you imagine this? Think about this man should be on an island somewhere, enjoying retirement. This man has lived through the 70s, the 80s, the 90s, the 2000s, and he's still in the classroom. This is what I'm saying. You have to get out of these schools, man, these public schools. There is no respect for you, especially if you are a man. Thank you for the super chat, TCT. TCC says, I was a terrible student and fought a teacher. I feel bad for my behavior. I make it a point for my kids not to behave that way. I do not encourage ignorant behavior and stay away from the clowns. Thank you very much for the super chat. Thank you. But again, guys, you notice how quick that resource. Look, watch it again. Watch. So I don't know if you guys can see it, but you notice the resource officer, the lady in the vest, she's grabbing the teacher. She's making it to the point where the teacher can't even, she's grabbing him. She's not grabbing the kid. And this is why. I have seen teachers grab other teachers, hit other teachers to stop hitting the kid. It's too chaotic in public schools. Bob said, no music. Thank you for the super chat. No music. Hey, you got a business email or a website. I have a email at the bottom of the screen. It's Chaotic Truth Podcast. It's at the bottom of the screen, Chaotic Truth Podcast. And thank you very much, Bob. You see it at the bottom of the screen, Chaotic Truth Podcast at gmail.com. Hey, guys, I'm not here to listen. I don't believe in echo chambers. But what I do believe in is exposing hypocrisy and telling the truth. I was a school teacher for many years, and I'm telling you, the fighting, not just student and student, but student and teachers in the public schools is one of the biggest reasons why I say this. Leave, get out of there. You do not deserve that disrespect as a teacher, whether you are a man, a woman, black, white, doesn't matter. The public schools have no appreciation for you. Most of them. I went to public schools, and I can tell you, it was bad in the 90s. And if anybody's young in here, don't let anybody my age or older try to lie to you, try to romanticize the past. Oh, we didn't do that. We didn't do that in the 90s. Stop it. You did do it in the 90s. Listen, everybody wants to romanticize the past. And I'm going to play you something from Howard Stern in a minute. And mind you, Howard Stern was in the middle school in the 60s and the 70s. And he's going to tell you the same thing about public schools as well. And the fact is that these schools are bad. I'm going to keep on playing videos, man, of teachers fighting the kids, man, because I'm telling you, this is not anything that is out of the ordinary. I just want to point that out. I just want to point that out to you. He exposing us. We got to stop chaotic. He gonna get us in trouble. I'm not going to get y'all in trouble. I just want you guys to realize that, hey, look, man, the schools are bad. Look, here goes another one, man. Let me keep on playing some more. Oh, this is too funny. Look, man, look at this. Look at this.
We're all at Miami Central High School, but these aren't two students going at it. One is a teacher. Local 10 News reporter Sanella Sabovic joins us live from Miami with more on this video and the fallout. Sanella.
Christy, this fight was pretty intense. Students here at the school have identified this substitute teacher as Mrs. Ferguson. They say she is a
They should identify the student.
Pleasant teacher. So they're trying to figure out what happened here. The school
See, and this is what I'm saying. And this is the problem that I don't like with the public schools. What do you mean trying to identify what happened here? What do you mean she was a pleasant teacher and all of a sudden she just snapped? The reporters in on it. The principals all in on it. They're all in on the joke. The fact of the matter is that they don't want to say, this little girl is a bad little bastard. They don't want to admit that. These schools, the media, everybody wants to pretend here. Oh, well, you know, Mrs. Johnson was a principal and we don't know what happened here. What do you mean? The school is a horrible school. Why is everybody pretending? I'm whistleblowing. Quit exposing the teachers. Oh, Mr. Jackson, I don't know what happened. He was always pleasant. I don't know why he was choking out Jimmy. Well, maybe Jimmy was punching him 1,000 times. Maybe Jimmy was throwing stuff at him 1,000 times. Maybe Jimmy got in his face and was spitting on him 1,000 times. I'm telling the truth today. This is the chaotic truth. This is how I really am. Listen, man, I will expose the public school system. Don't do it. Don't do it. Thank you for the Cash App. Thank you for the Cash App. People want to be my friend. People I never knew. People I never thought of. I know they're gonna be like, where he live at, man? We gotta get him, man. He exposing it. We got jobs. I'm a public school teacher. I make $65,000 a year. He ain't about to make me lose my job. Stop it. You should have enough dignity not to work in the public school system. Some public school systems are good, depending on the neighborhood, depending on the tax bracket. But generally, most public schools are a dumpster fire, whether they are in the inner city or whether they are in a rural area, and sometimes even suburbs. You better get your kids into private schools or you better get your kids homeschooling because it is only getting worse. Let me play this video. I'm blacking out over here. Sorry, guys. I'm all sweating and stuff. I'm sweating over here. You know, like when you're blacking out and you start, yeah.
School district says all of this remains under investigation, but they believe it was the student that was the aggressor here.
Yeah, of course the student's the aggressor. Yeah, duh.
A wild classroom brawl, all caught on camera.
It's a very frightening situation.
And I'll tell you something else about the public school systems, which I hate. Whenever the student gets the upper hand on the teacher, the kids are just loving it. Oh, look at she beating up the teacher. Nobody calls the administration. Nobody calls the security officers. Nobody calls the resource officers. But then when a teacher knocks one of these kids out, when a teacher puts their finger around her, they, Mr. It's hard. They'll get at, they start calling their moms. They'll get on the phone. Oh, I can't believe that happened. See, this is why. If you are a parent, you do not want your kid around this chaos. If you are a teacher, you don't want, if you are in school for some reason, you want to be a teacher, you do not want to be in the public schools because this is likely to happen to you. This woman, she's a substitute teacher. Let's be honest, she's probably double dipping. She probably was teaching for 30 years. She decided to go back and sub. She wanted some extra money. DJ says CT definitely has PhD from being a teacher. It's all coming out. Nah, yeah, maybe what I saw, because I saw a lot of bad things in the schools. Listen, a lot of people won't say this because a lot of people have a vested interest in this. But the very same principal that'll sit up there and lie to your face and tell you how great their charter school is, or the public school they are administering, 9 times out of 10, their kids go to a private school because they know. Let me tell you guys something about reality. Al Sharpton, I'm going to take it to race. Al Sharpton will tell you all these things about black people. He'll tell you all these things about systemic racism. But I want you guys to do me a favor if you ever see Al Sharpton. Ask him, hey, Al Sharpton, where did his kids are grown, but ask him, where did your kids go to school? I bet you he will not answer your question. You know why? Because that answer will expose the hypocrisy of these people. His kids went to private school. So did Reverend Jackson, Jesse Jackson, private school. Not Ben Affleck, but Matt Damon. You all know Matt Damon, Good Will Hunting. A reporter asked him about public schools. Matt Damon, people don't know this. Matt Damon is insanely intelligent. He was in Harvard. Matt Damon was asked about public schools. Matt Damon was talking all this. You can look it up on YouTube. Matt Damon was talking all this stuff about public schools. Oh, public schools are great. The reporter said, oh, where do your kids go? Oh, my kids go to such and such preparatory private school. And the reporter was like, well, how come they don't go to public school? Matt Damon couldn't even answer the damn question because everybody knows it. See, if you have your kids in public school, listen, man, you're the joke. Not to say that you are a joke, but it's like you are being played for the fool. Because you will sit there and you will allow an administrator, you will allow a principal to tell you the glories of the public school, but for some damn reason, their kids don't go to public schools. Let me finish playing this video. Salute to you guys. Hey, guys, please hit the like button and please share this video, please.
Situation. That's mostly it.
The fight happened Monday at Miami Central Senior High School. The video circulating on social media shows a 10th grader dressed in black and a substitute teacher who students have identified as Mrs. Ferguson going at it.
See, you see Mrs. Ferguson? See? You see Mrs. Ferguson is you got to remember, man. Mrs. Ferguson probably didn't had 2 and 3 kids. Mrs. Ferguson's probably 50. She has grown woman strength. She probably asked that girl, sweetheart, please leave me alone. Please stop doing this. Please, sweetheart. Please, sister. Probably even called her sister. Because she's thinking, okay, I'm black. She's black. Maybe we can connect. All that black stuff don't matter in these public schools. These kids will knock you out. Black, white, it don't matter. And sometimes they'll knock you out because you're black and because you're the same race as them. Now, Mrs. Ferguson, this little girl, she's so, society is telling her that she's a victim. Society is telling her that she's a queen and she can do whatever she wants to do. So she sees Miss Ferguson, she's disrespecting her, yada, yada, yada. She doesn't know that Miss Ferguson, again, has had kids. She's strong. She's a woman. You see how Miss Ferguson is this bitch, And now the kids, they're all like, oh, Miss Ferguson, ooh, you. That's what happens. That's what happens. I saw it when I was a kid. I saw it. My classmates acting a fool. I'm like, hey guys, why don't we? And I know you guys are like, man, you weren't that kind of kid. You weren't innocent. Yes, I was. Believe it or not, I was a very innocent kid. I was very innocent. I was a whistleblower in school because when the kids were acting a fool, I'd be like, guys, listen. Across the way, there's a suburban school or there's some sort of school. Right now, they're doing work. Why don't we just do that, guys? Man, chaotic, shut up, man. The kids aren't doing that, though. The kids are just egging it on. Hear me out.
I saw security walking and running to stop because security is easily come and stop the fight.
Nicholas Aguilar tells me he was in a classroom next door taking a test when he heard the commotion.
All I heard is a screaming and then everybody ran out the classroom. And everybody started recording on the phone.
And this is what they captured on their phones. The student appearing to attack Mrs. Ferguson. And again,
guys, I got to keep on saying this. When I was a kid, the idea of having a cell phone. First of all, we didn't even have cell phones when we were kids, but the idea of having any electronic device in school was absurd. You would get suspended. They would confiscate it for a year. That's one thing I could say about the 90s when it came to public school and private school. You couldn't have electronic devices. That's one thing I can say about the administrators of yesteryear. They said these things are going to be a distraction, and they are. They are.
At some point, she puts the girl in a headlock before they both fall. Students say Mrs. Ferguson frequently fills in for various classes and that she's always been pleasant.
She a lovable person. And then for you to put your hands on her, that's not right.
Miami-Dade Schools Police is investigating the incident, while the Miami-Dade County Public School District said this was an isolated.
See, and this girl right here is proving one of my points. Let me tell you guys something. This little girl said something that was very interesting. She said, Miss Ferguson has always been nice. She's always been pleasant. That wasn't right for what that girl did. And what happens is that girl who put her hands on Miss Ferguson, that girl has always been a troublemaker. But see, the school doesn't want to get rid of her just because that girl, every seat, the school gets money, right? So they don't want to have a vacant seat. They don't want to lose out on $40,000-$50,000 a year for that seat. So they keep this little badass girl in the school. The girl, she pops fly with her classmates. She may fight a classmate maybe once every 2 weeks in the girl's bathroom. She pops fly with the male staff, and the male staff are so. Hey guys, I'm gonna tell you something. The male staff in the public school system is really a vulnerable demographic, because you got to think about the students can say you beat them. The student can say anything you want to say, and because you're a man, society will automatically believe it. So a lot of men in these public schools walk around on eggshells. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, shit. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Forget the algorithm day. Oh, shit, yeah. So they're walking around on eggshells. So this girl, she's walking around, she cussing out the security guards who are men. Man, y'all ain't going in my bag. Give me my bag. That's how they are, right, when they walk in these public schools, because they check the bags. So she walks into school. Well, let's say the girl's name is Jasmine. She looks like a Jasmine. Well, Jasmine, we got to check your bag. Y'all ain't checking my bag. My mama told me y'all can't check my bag. That's how they act. Tell me I'm lying. I want somebody to call in right now and tell me I'm lying. I want a teacher. I want a teacher to pretend, and so I can eviscerate you because you're lying. You know they do that. You know those girls in the public schools, 5 times out of 10, or if there's 10 girls that walk in, 5 of them are gonna pop fly early in the morning. It starts in the morning. That's how sick it is in the public schools. The first thing in the morning, y'all ain't checking my bag. I'm gonna call my mama. My mama told me y'all can't check my bag. Y'all don't want my daddy to come up here. He got them hands. Dad, 40-something years old, and you talking about your dad got some hands. What are you talking about? But this is how crazy it is. And what's so funny is that the fathers sometimes will come up to the schools. Let me play the rest of the video. Thank you guys for rocking out with me. If anybody's in the bushes and who's offended, I'm going to tell you something from the bottom of my heart. Man, I don't care, because I'm telling the truth.
Isolated incident, and then all indicators point to the student having been the aggressor. They released a statement reading in part, "It is evident the employee used great restraint in her attempts to de-escalate the situation. As a result of her unacceptable behavior, the student will be disciplined according to the Code of Student Conduct and may be facing criminal charges."
I'm on mute. See, this is unique. See, a lot of times they won't place the blame on the kids. But sometimes they will, because the over-mounting evidence proved that girl was the aggressor. But you notice what the article says? It says the employee had great restraint. You know what that really means? It's code for that 50-year-old woman has strength enough to knock this little stupid girl back into the Stone Age. And that's what happens a lot. Listen, I'm about to really whistle blow. I think she's retired now, so I can say this story. I co-taught with the lady a long time ago. This little bad girl. She had kept her after class. The girl was acting a fool. Girl was like 16 or 17. The girl, it was a white. I had a white coworker, so older white lady. The girl hit her a couple of times. This lady punched her, and the teacher was like, "Boom!" She said, "Oh, Mr. Chaotic, you're not gonna tell on me, are you?" I was like, "Why would I tell on you? What I'm pissed off as is you didn't knock her smooth out." I shouldn't have said that. Damn, I shouldn't have said that. I shouldn't have said that. But sometimes teachers have to do things like that. This girl hit this woman at least 4 or 5 times. And you know me, I'm a man. I'm like, oh, man, damn. So the teacher was like, boom.
So no arrests have been made here. The student was not arrested. Again, criminal charges could be forthcoming. Should that happen, we will keep you posted. For now, that's the very latest here out of Miami.
Man, I got a lot of fight videos because I want to hone in on the fact that fighting is the #1 reason why you should haul ass out of these public schools. The kids fight each other. The kids fight the lunch ladies. The kids fight security. The kids fight the teachers. Until an example is set with these kids, this is going to happen till the end of time. With schools being dominated by women, 90%. Do you know some schools, the entire school is women running the school? And there are male, I mean, the school has male students, but the school has principals that are women. The school has security guards that are women. The school, the teachers are women. And you got these boys in the school. What would happen if the boys started acting a fool? See, a lot of schools need men. They need the discipline of men in the schools. But again, people like myself, when we say these things, oh, times are changing. You can't do this and you can't do that. Well, hey, look at school now. Look at the school systems now. Let's see. Please hit the like button, guys. I'm in the building. Let me see. Here we go. Oh, here goes another one.
Student body slammed to the ground by a teacher here. Officials. Cell phones capturing a student body slammed to the ground by a teacher here. Officials say he was trying to break up a fight between students at the time.
7's Franklin White has more on the tough takedown.
You see, here goes the thing, man. See, even in this situation, this teacher did a very bad thing. A lot of public schools, even you're not really allowed to even break up fights when the students are fighting each other because it's a liability thing. There's a liability issue. What if that man would have slammed that kid and that kid would have broke his damn neck? See, that's how the school can look at it. That's how the school can say, you can't do that. See, the school, I mean, granted, in this situation, maybe the man should not have slammed him like that. But see, the school will look at it and say, well, you should have took every precaution not to do something to that boy. But in fact, maybe you can make the argument, why do they keep fighting? Let me hold on for a second. Guys, let me tell you. So I could play thousands of fight videos from schools, right? But we all know. I think you guys get the picture here. I think you guys get the picture. The #2 reason why you should get out of school, why you shouldn't teach there in public schools, why you shouldn't even send your kids there. You have a lot of parents who are really ignorant. And you have a lot of parents that, despite all the evidence, everything is the school's fault, everything is the teacher's fault. They don't even want to hear you out. See, and I had a problem, me personally, that's my number 2. I had a problem with parents. See, I had kids where you would, for example, I'll give you an example with me, for example. They don't like giving out homework anymore in the schools. You give out homework, you had parents that will come up there and will cuss you out. There was a kid that I had one time. This kid was just really bad, didn't do anything. And I should tell him, hey man, you should do some homework, you should do this, you should do that. He had his mom come up to the school one time, and his mom wanted to have a parent conference with me with the principal. And I've told, on my old channel, I told the story about this. But anyway, the boy had said that I was being too, basically the boy didn't have any discipline at home. And I was just basically trying to be a teacher. So the boy told his mom, the mom came to the school, and his mom was like, well, Mr. Chaotic, I don't like and appreciate the fact that you talking to my son a certain way. And I said, lady, you need to shut your mouth. This is what I said to her at the meeting. I said, you need to shut your mouth. Your kid is bad. He gets bad grades. He has bad behavior. You're not a good mom because because you aren't doing everything at home to secure his posterity in the schools. She looked at me like, the principal was like, oh, you can't talk to a teacher like way. I said, you're going to sit here and allow this woman to talk to me this way and I can't talk to her anyway? Stop it. That's what happens a lot. The administration on down allows the parents to talk to you any kind of way. And one of the reasons why they don't want men in there, like me, see, I'm not trying to talk about the rainbow community. I'm not a homophobe. But generally, they're not really that aggressive. See, they're not going to say what a straight man is going to say. I said, lady, shut up. I said, lady, you are, I told her flat out, like, you are a bad, okay, let me be honest with you. I just told her flat out, I said, lady, you are a bad mother. If you were a good mother, your son wouldn't be like this. Your son wouldn't be in all the problems he's in. I went off. I blacked out. Oh, Mr. Chaotic, you can't talk. We're going to have a meeting, a hearing. Stop it. This generation is soft. And the fact of the matter is that you have parents, especially these single mothers, that dominate the parental environment of these public schools, who try to be she was basically talking to me like she was a man. I said, oh no, that ain't happening, because I wouldn't let a man talk to me that way. So I'm not gonna let you talk to me that way. That's why they don't like a lot of men in the schools, especially black men. Just want to point that out. But that's what happens. Let me show you this video real quick. I'm blacking out today. Get them kids up out of these public schools. Again, guys, I'm telling you, it's the parents. Another reason why you should get the kids out of there. Because these kids, what happens is that these kids, they can get mad at you. And they can make up any lie. Well, kids don't lie. Yes, they do. Of course kids lie. They're a kid. Their brain doesn't operate off of logic and reason. They're kids. They're dumb. Some kids walk around thinking dinosaurs are outside. What are you talking about? They're not going to lie on you. And I saw this when I was teaching. There are some kids. Listen, I was at a charter school, right? Years ago as a teacher. The CEO of the school, his nephew went to the school. His nephew told me, Mr. Chaotic, I can get you fired because my uncle said such and such. And I said, damn, ain't that a bitch? All because the little bastard could not behave, and I said something to him about his behavior. But he already knows that society, parents, everybody will have my back. That's how. See, there was a time when you did something as a kid, even in the 90s, there was a general expectation that when you got home, your parents were going to knock you out because they believed the teacher. There was a respected dynamic between the teacher and the parent. Remember in the 90s? See, a lot of young kids don't know about this, but see, in the 90s, you had to run home and make sure that teacher didn't call. You put the phone off the hook. There was an expectation of trust. You got kids now, they act a fool in class. They had knocked the teacher out. Teacher would call home, Miss Shapowski, your son knocked me out today. Motherfucker, my son ain't do nothing. Don't call me, bitch. See, you got parents, you got some ignorant parents. I mean, some ignorant parents like that. They will cuss you out for the fact that their son or daughter knocked you out. And they could be in the wrong. It's the truth, man. It is the truth. And I'm whistleblowing today. Let me show you this video. This is what you have to deal with if you are a teacher. Look, this is what you have to deal with. This is how bad the school systems are. Give me a second. Let me, here we go. Now watch this.
For themselves.
No. Can I explain to you, sir? Can I just talk to you, explain to you?
Now check this out. Now look. A lot of parents, look, regardless of what happened, regardless of the situation, when they come into that office, you are the target. Period, point blank. The kid could be in absolute wrong. This situation is a little bit different here, but just look at this gentleman right here. He's about 6'1". He's in shape. He looks like he could beat somebody up. This is what a lot of administrators, this is what a lot of secretaries, people who have nothing to do with the kid have to deal with. You know how many, I'm telling you, do you know how many secretaries or administrative assistants I saw get knocked out? They had nothing to do with anything. They're on there typing on the computer. A mad parent coming there. Bitch, what happened to my kid? She's like, lady, I'm just typing on the computer. I have no idea what's going on. I'm telling you.
What we do is they have a big screen in their room. And when their bus comes up, we have adults all through the hallway here that
So if y'all got adults all through the hallway, how did it happen for the third time?
Okay.
Not the first. The first time I was calm. I was understanding because I understood it could happen. The second time I was mad, but I let it go. The third time, my son called me from the bus, crying, yelling, screaming, talking about he don't know where his sister is. Right. I'm supposed to be at work, which is an hour away from where we live here in Snellville. Now imagine if I went to work. Right. My 5-year-old. You have and guys, you can remember, man, and this is why I say if you're a parent to get your kids out of public schools. I don't want to disrespect anybody, but you have a lot of parents. They're stressed out. You have a lot of parents like this gentleman here. You know, he can't afford a nanny. He can't afford security. He has to rely on the public schools, the schools that they are managing hundreds, if not 1,000 students in one building. Whereas in a private school, a lot of those kids have drivers, they have chauffeurs, they have security, they have all these amenities or resources because the parents have a lot of money. Imagine sending your kids to this type of school and you have these types of parents here. The school, yes, every now and then a student may get dropped off at the wrong bus stop. It happens. But imagine you're in the office. It's the end of school. And you have to deal with so many different things. And this man comes in there and he's yelling about his daughter
you know, getting dropped off maybe a block away. But he has to work an hour. Remember, he said it. I work an hour from the school. That's what he said, right? See, it's not the fact that, sir, why can't you get a job that's closer to the school? It's not the fact that, sir, why can't you afford a nanny? It's never these things. And I can understand that, right? He is placing blame on the school. That is the problem. You know, it's not the fact that he has these kids that he has to work so far away from. It's not that. It's the school's fault. And this is the problem. You have a lot of you have so many parents with different needs in the public school. It's you can't deal with it as a professional. But I'm gonna keep playing it though. Let's keep watching it.
Daughter would be here.
Stuck. Miss Curry left early today. We did have the parapro in the room. I don't know what happened.
See, this lady, she's scared for her life. See, and you can hear it in her voice. You can hear it in this lady's voice. She's scared for her life because she doesn't know. She doesn't know the wrong sentence, the wrong eye contact to this father. It's the difference between her being knocked out or her going home. See, and you don't have to worry about this in the private schools. You know, ain't no parent coming up there, man, my daughter, man, I work an hour from the school, man. You know what I'm saying? See, in the private schools, it's peaceful, it's pleasant. There's a network. Hey, John, I think my daughter, was dropped off around there, and you might be picking her up. See, it's a network because John works for a Fortune 500. He's an executive, let's say a vice president, something, one of 200 vice presidents. He knows Scott. Scott works is an entrepreneur somewhere, and it's just a network. See, public schools, the parents don't like each other. They don't work. You ain't getting in nobody car, man. Get your ass. Am I lying? To everybody who went to public schools, please let me know. Is the chaotic truth lying? But again, the lady here, the white guy that's standing there, I don't know if you guys noticed it. He can't say anything because he knows if he says something, he's gonna get knocked out. It doesn't even matter. He's like, oh, I'm not saying anything. So the lady right here. Well, we try to see. She's using careful words. See, and that's the problem in public schools. But let's keep watching.
But I can try to get Miss Fields, and we can try to figure out what happens.
Unacceptable.
My son told them to stop, but he said, don't pull off. I cannot leave without my sister. And they told him to leave anyway. My son was on the bus screaming and crying, and y'all still told the bus to pull off. Whoever it
and look, you have to be really careful here. You listen, this is I'm telling you have to be careful. These people had nothing to do with their child being they're managing 200-300 damn kids on a bus. I've seen bus duty. They're managing hundreds of kids. The staff here is probably so terrified that they're probably pissing their pants right now because now they got a mother and a father here, who are ready to knock you out at any given time. Let's keep playing.
it was, whoever it was, there was a teacher told him to pull off.
That's transportation.
They should have left. They just should have let my son get off the bus and find his sister because that's what we told him to do. They didn't allow him to get off the bus.
That's true.
This is another thing when you're dealing with the public school. You hear the lingo, you hear the language. My sister, his brother told him. See, there's no civility. And this is what happens a lot of times in public schools. There's no civility. A lot of times there's no civil talk. It's nothing like, oh, I think the other day my son was dropped off. He was dropped off maybe a block away. Let's see if we can make some corrections. If not, let's see. That's what happens at private schools. I've been around all of it. But see, at public schools, the parents, motherfucker, I told y'all, don't drop him off at that motherfucking place, mama. See, that's what happens. That's what happens. I know people are in the bushes saying, is he trolling? No, I'm not trolling. I am being dead serious. It is a matter of life and death when you are a parent and you are a professional and or a student at a public school. And this is why I say there needs to be a mass exodus. Homeschooling or private schools, that's it. Public schools, unless you are in a very good tax bracket income area. Other than that, public schools need to go the way of the typewriter. They need to go the way of the Model T Ford car. They need to go extinct. You already have an exodus of men teaching. There's hardly any men teaching. There's damn near 0% of black men teaching. You have a exodus of older people that are retiring or dying out. And now you have an influx of the rainbow community. And they certainly don't have the strength to manage a particular type of student. And that is the public school mentality. That's the student. The mentality of no responsibility on part of the parents or the student. So you're going to see a lot of purple-haired teachers being knocked out. You are. And I'm not trying to be funny. You're going to see a lot of purple-haired teachers with rings in their lips being knocked out. Oh, we're supposed to be peaceful. Bow! Peace on that. Don't you drop. See, that's what's going to happen. Because they're easy targets. But I know everybody's going to be laughing and thinking I'm trolling. But then 5 years from now, I think I'm like, damn, Chaotic was not only right, but he was the scale at which he was right was just so profound.
Transportation, that's a separate.
It was a teacher that told him.
Y'all allow these buses to come pick these kids up, therefore you're responsible.
No, sir. When
You're
they
responsible
get on the bus,
when
they
you
decide if they can keep them or
I
not.
release my child to get on your bus to come to your.
Let me ask you this. I'm gonna play some more videos. Let me ask you this. Now, you saw that man there. He's about 6'1", 6'2". He looks like he's in incredible shape. He looks young. He looks under 40. Imagine when that man goes off. Because, upper class, middle class, people are going to fight for their kids. Imagine if he were to just attack everybody in there. Who's going to stop him? I've seen teachers. I've seen secretaries. I've seen entire offices of people. Touching every inch of a wall by parents. And that man there looks super athletic and he looks like he can fight. So this is why I say, hey man, you have to get away. Let me show you some more. Give me a second. Who was in the building? Guys, salute. Please hit the like button, guys. Let me see. Okay, let me do some more. And I'm gonna drop the link pretty soon. And I want to talk about this. I really would like a teacher or somebody to call in. But let me play some more videos for you real quick. This is insane. I'm just showing you what really goes on in public schools.
Yeah. I'm telling you, she called me and told me that she had an issue up here about my grandson being in a dress. I'm trying to see what the issue is about that.
Okay, you'll have to talk to Dara.
Who's
She's the
Dara?
director. She's down in the other classroom.
Is she the one that was in charge of the kids while my
I
grandson?
was, but I can't talk to you
Why?
because you're not on the form. So we'll have to get Dara up here and she will let you. Talk to you about it.
I mean, first of all, I'm coming down here because we don't do that. The transgender and all that. We don't do that.
Now you hear this man, right? you hear what he's saying. We don't do the transgender and all that stuff. They're going to, they want to legislate the transgender community coming into the schools and teaching that particular sexual orientation. Good thing Florida said absolutely not, but other states will do it, especially a state like California. Imagine a lot of fathers like that. Imagine what's going to happen. See, they're going to go up, and this is going to happen. You're going to have like a civil war. You're going to have a lot of fathers like that who are going to say, we don't do that transgender stuff. And the school is going to say, well, it's a part of the law now. It's the law. The law says this. And while they're saying the law, some of these fathers are going to, they're going to be saying the law, and the father's going to be knocking them out. You're going to see a lot of this happening. You see how this man is right now. He said, we don't do this. We don't do that. See, it's not law yet, but wait until it becomes law in these public schools. The public schools are funded by the government. The public schools are a part of the Department of Education. So whatever is legislated, they have to abide by it. So when there's cross-dressers coming into his kindergarten class and his son is watching that, he's going to say, well, what happened? They can say, well, sir, I mean, it's a part of the curriculum now. And a lot of fathers are going to be knocking out kindergarten teachers. You think I'm playing? You think I'm playing? I'm not playing. I've saw this years ago. They do it in little spurts, little bursts. They introduce little things. And you see parents, and all right, parents have a right to complain. But you're going to see more fathers like that. Let me keep playing it. Let me keep playing it for you. Give me a second.
And I don't appreciate you encouraging him to put on no dress for the second day, too. I don't appreciate that. And don't think this is going away. I'm going further with this.
Okay, you can go down and talk.
No, I'm not done talking to you. I'm letting you know the next time that you put any kid in a dress, we're going to make you go viral.
Okay, you need to go talk to my director.
See, and that's the thing. The teacher doesn't want to put the child in a dress. The teacher is probably teaching about all these sexual orientations now. The teacher probably was giving a directive from the top. That's why she said, go to the directive. Please, sir, don't. That woman is about 5'2". She's about 60 years old. She can't defend herself physically. Imagine if that father just wanted to ragdoll her around the room. And to a degree, a lot of parents will say, well, damn, I wouldn't want my kid in that either. You're going to have a lot of that. It's going on in the public schools. You just wait. You wait and see. Let me play the rest of it for you. Please hit the like button. Please subscribe. And please share the video.
Because I, as a teacher.
No, I mean, I got an issue with you about that. I'm not playing with you.
I'm sorry that you feel that way.
Yeah, I'm sorry that you feel that way. But you should have called me before you made the decision to put my grandson in a dress.
Okay, you can speak to the
No, I'm speaking to you.
Please do not talk to me in that tone with my.
You heard what the teacher said? See, this is what happens. The teacher said, please don't talk to me in that tone. See, she kind of got fly with see, you don't want to do that in that situation. I've been around teachers getting knocked out because everything is going smooth in the conversation. And you got these parents who in the public schools who are always on edge. And I'm telling you, what she said was the wrong thing. And I think the guy probably didn't ragdoll her because all those little angels were walking around. Those little kids were walking around. But if those little babies weren't walking around and it was just been him and her, he would have ragdolled. What do you mean What do you mean don't talk to me that way? Touching every wall in the damn room. See, that's how a lot of times teachers get messed up in public schools too. They don't understand their surroundings. This man told you, look, I don't care what they told you. You ain't putting my son in no dress. She said, oh, don't talk to me that way. Touching every wall in the room. She's about 100 pounds. She can't defend herself. She's not Ronda Rousey.
I wouldn't be up here if you wouldn't put my grandson in no dress. Well, do what you got to do. No, I'm taking it up with you.
Please lower your voice.
I'm taking it up with you. Hear me out. Listen.
You're in a classroom.
I'm taking it up with you. Well, you shouldn't have put my grandson in no dress.
He's 2.
This ain't over with, all right?
That lady was, I'm telling you, it's a lose-lose situation. I'm gonna play one more video, and this is the parenting aspect of why I got the hell up out of teaching. Because it's dangerous. It's those parents, man. Sometimes they are in the right. Sometimes they're in the wrong, but a lot of times, listen, it's just pretty much damned if you do, damned if you don't, if you're in the public schools. That teacher has no other choice but to teach something about some sexual orientation because that's what they want in the public schools. But that's what they wanted. Wait a minute. Give me a second, guys. That's exactly what they wanted. Still here. Give me a second. I got to put the other one on the screen. Excuse me, guys.
There's another student who says you call a kid a stupid kid. Another, the same student who says you yell in their face and they're not doing great work. So all these kids are lying on you about how you're treating them and talking to them. They're lying on you. The knocks on my son's head are coming from who? Please.
We got videos of the knock too, so.
And we got videos of him telling you you hit him in the head with that pointer 2 different days. I came and talked to you Friday morning. He came back with another knock. This time he won't even say your name. He says, I hit my head on the pointer again. And said, but Mrs. James told me sorry. No, you don't have to get quiet about it. Be loud. Like the way you yell in the kid's face when they're not doing right work.
Calm down.
Yell
All
in
right.
mine.
You can calm down a little
Yell
bit.
in mine.
All right, Aisha, calm down. But what we saying is
My son is telling me that I didn't tell you to stop putting your hands on him.
All right, what we saying is because what's the name? Because what's the name? Because no, because I mean, but no. All right, but this is our problem though. Because when I picked him up on Thursday. He had a knot on his head.
I understand that, and I do not. I think it happened
then,
at recess.
All right, but like the thing is, I feel as if the kids are in this thing. So like, I understand stuff happens, but for teachers, y'all gotta recognize
I'm never
things.
in the room alone with him ever.
But I'm just saying though, y'all need to like at the end of the day, y'all need to examine kids or whatever, because like for him,
saying. I understand.
That's.
So you saw the video. That's another aspect of teaching. It's still under the parenting thing. But think about this. This lady, she has 20-something kids, like any typical public school. It's an overcrowding in the classroom. She's an old woman. This lady's probably 70. The liability issue in teaching is so bad. Because, again, unlike a private school, where there may be 7 kids, there may be 3 staff members in the classroom. This is one old lady in the classroom. Their son or daughter is probably bad. Let's be honest. Running around, hitting their head on stuff. And the lady is so frightened. The mother got in her face, hit me, talk to me, do this to me. Do this to me. Trying to punk out an old lady for I don't know why. And this is another thing about public schools. A lot of kids get injured. A lot of kids get hurt. A lot of kids misinterpret scenarios and they go home and tell their parents. The parent not caring about what happened, not caring about investigations like a parent in a private school. They will go up to the school and they will confront the teacher, just like what this woman just did. And this woman's crying like, please, I didn't know. I don't know what to do. And she's, running up her blood pressure, may have a stroke or a heart attack because God forbid anything else happens. Now this lady's going to beat her up. And so this is another reason why I say it's no point in being in the public schools, because these situations happen all the time. Those parents don't care that it's 1,000 kids in the school. They only care about their kid. But unlike a private school where pretty much the parents know the other parents, the connections are developed, they go to retreats together. That lady only cares about her son or daughter, pretending like her son or daughter isn't bad. I mean, how is the kid getting knocked? Come on, think about it. How is this the kid getting knocked? The kid is bad. He's running around banging his head. Oh, I'm a little kid. And this lady doesn't know how to control her family, and she wants to blame it on the teacher, and that's wrong. And that happens all the time. This poor old lady probably can't retire, probably a widow. She can't afford to retire. And this is another tragedy of the public school systems. It's time to get the hell up out of there. And that liability issue is one of the big reasons why you can't be around people's kids. Because people like to pretend that, my kid doesn't do anything. My kid doesn't do anything. What do you mean? What are you talking about? Your kid he's a bad little bastard. But you want to sit up here and pretend. This lady is 70 years old. This mother, she's about 27, in shape. She knows she could ragdoll that old lady, that poor old lady. And then the fact that the man, I don't know, it was the child's father, I don't know who it was, the fact that he allowed that woman to do that, that's appalling. But it happens. The man should say, honey, listen, we don't really know what happened. Let's investigate. No, man, that's the second time that he's probably the stepfather, because you'll see a lot of that simping behavior go on in the public schools too. You have a lot of stepfathers come to the school, and the woman has convinced the stepfather to go up there and simp on behalf of her. Man, this is the third time he didn't came back and he ain't had his cell phone. What? Who are you? I'm the boyfriend. Man, get your ass out of here. But that happens a lot. So again, guys, the first thing is the fighting. The second thing is the parents. The fighting is bad in these schools. That's why I got the hell up out. The parents make it bad. And Latina Pro-Constitution Americana says chaotic truth. So what did you do for work after you quit working for the schools? I traded stock options. And no, and I'm not rich. I don't want people to think that I'm rich, but stock options are a great, stock options are a great financial asset, and they're very risky. I wouldn't suggest doing stock options if you have a family. If you have money to lose, do it, but they're very risky. So, but that's how that's what I started doing after. And I did other little business ventures, but stock options is what I primarily did. End Time says Black Lives Matter, not to each other. What has Black Lives Matter done for the inner cities or blacks? They got over $20 billion, $60 million is missing, and Patrice purchased her fourth $1.7 million home. Yeah, guys, so you have to deal with the fighting, and you have to deal with parents, and it's too much of a liability. So what else? What is another reason why I left teaching? I saw this grooming culture years ago, even before grooming culture became a popular, idiom in the language? Yeah, I saw it. I saw it years ago. When the schools were bringing in cross-dressers years ago. In the early even as far as back as the early 2010s. people, act like this is new. This is not that new. And I saw it back then. And I used to say things like, why are they doing this? Oh, what do you mean? Why are they doing this? Are you a homophobe? Are you a homophobe, Mr. Chaotic? And everybody's looking at me. I'm the only black guy in some situations. I'm like, oh, here we go. Because, if you're a black guy in those types of situations, you can't have an opinion. You can't say, well, maybe it's not a good idea to have cross-dressers, especially around black kids or any other kid. And, but no, I saw it years ago. Are you a cross-dresser? I'm sorry. Are you a homophobe? I'm like, no, I just think it's odd that you're going to have a 6'4", 250-pound man with a dress come on with makeup on, read it to some kids. I mean, that's don't you think that's kind of weird? I mean, that's not weird to you. It's not weird to you. Hi, I'm binary. Oh man. Let's see here. What's up, everybody in the chat? Thank you guys for coming. But yeah, I saw grooming culture years ago, and I used to say things about it. I used to say things like, why are the boys mingling with the girls during gym or this, that, and the other? When I was in school, the boys didn't want to be around it. Well, what's wrong with the boys playing hopscotch with the girls during gym class, Mr. Chaotic? What do you mean? You're grooming them to be feminine. They're not supposed to be jump roping in with the girls. What? They're supposed to be running track. They're supposed to be wrestling. They're supposed to be playing basketball. Well, that's pretty sexist, don't you think? What's sexist about it? But when I say that the girls should be taught how to do home ec, oh, that's the problem. That's why, listen, that's why I say teaching in the public schools is not a place for men, especially. That's why I got the hell up out of here. Let me read some of the chat real quick. Tom says, preach, Chaotic. Amen. Yeah, absolutely. What do you mean? The boys should be playing basketball? And there's so many. See, and what happens is in the public schools, the public schools are so much dominated by feminists. The administrators are women. That means the superintendents, the director. I mean, it's so many roles that are with women, and they bring their feminist ideology into the public schools all over the country. Is there a correlation between why the school systems are failing and women dominating since the 70s? Is there a correlation between all the men that left the education field and the reason why a lot of public school systems are failing? You ever thought about that? Got these boys jump roping with the girls at recess. What kind of crazy? And then if you're a man, and say something, they think they think it's something's wrong with you. I had a boy. He was 12 years old. I told you guys about this last week. The boy was 12 years old. He was about 6'3", 6'4". I said, "Damn, this boy. He should." I got the kid in the AAU. I got the kid into there was I'm not gonna name the suburb, but there was a suburb that was practicing basketball. And I said, hey, I went to the coach and I said, hey, yo, this is his kid. He's pretty tall for his height. Do you mind if he plays with the older boys? The coach said, yeah, sure, bring him in. How tall is he? I mean, the kid may not be able to play, but he's 6'4". He could be taught how to play basketball. Hell, they bring over Africans and teach them how to play, and they're 20 years old. All you gotta do is be tall. The administration, the principal, they all had a meeting with me. Mr. Chaotic, I told you guys this. Mr. Chaotic, why are you trying to get him to play basketball? I mean, don't you think that he should be focused on his education and this, that, and the other? And I said, wait a minute. Now, I'll be hot damn. Now, you guys want to introduce cross-dressers into the damn school. Here goes this kid. He's damn near 7 feet tall, and it's a problem because I want him to play basketball. But it was mostly the women that had a problem with me. And it was a rainbow man who had a problem with me. They are pretending like this boy is the next Albert Einstein. Well, you especially as a black man, you should know that that's a stereotype to get him to play basketball. How many 12-year-olds, you dumb bastards, are 6'4"? So what if I want him to get so what if I want him to play basketball? He's 6'4". The NBA generates billions of dollars per year. Do you think that okay, so what if he goes to school and gets an engineering degree? Why not push him towards to be a basketball player? What if he gets into the league? I would bet a $10 million per year contract is better than making $55,000 a year as a civil engineer. Respect to engineers, by the way. They build America. But I'm pretty sure any damn kid in his right mind would rather play in the NBA and drive around in Lamborghinis and live in a 50-bedroom home. It ain't all about that. Yes, it is. But again, they had a problem with me. I said, fine. You guys want to introduce teaching about men dressing up as women, but I can't talk to a 6'5" boy about playing basketball who's 12 years old. But that's another reason why I left. Public schools are terrible. What's up, Poppy? Let me keep on playing. Red Illusion says, if a child is gifted in mathematics, give him the tools to pursue that. Where is the controversy here? There is no controversy, but the boy was 6'5". He's 12 years old. I mean, for God's sakes, I mean, if he's gifted at mathematics, he will always be gifted at mathematics. That will never leave him. But if he's 6'5", and he's 37 years old and decides to play basketball one day, he can't do it. I mean, it's not going to happen. But he can always go into the mathematical field. Give me a second, guys. Let me play some more stuff for you. So yeah, man, you got to be careful in these school systems, man. The grooming culture. Let me play you something real quick. And guys, please hit the like button and also subscribe. Please send this video out to everybody in your circle. Let me see here. This is another thing about the public schools. Get them out. Look, get them out.
Of the United States of Justice America, and to the republic for which I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America.
This is another thing. Grooming culture in the public schools. When I was a kid, we were taught, I gotta say it, by the black teachers, that America was bad, America is this, that, and the other. So in a lot of public schools, you're taught to be unpatriotic. Can you imagine this? Can you imagine a school that is funded by the government? The teachers are getting paid by the government. They're telling you, you know, we don't have to do the Pledge of Allegiance. You know, women teachers, by the way. That's what happened. Grooming culture has always taken place in the schools. In the 90s, it was this unpatriotic culture. You ain't got to do the Pledge of Allegiance. Yes, they should do the Pledge of Allegiance. This is the greatest country on the face of the planet. This is the best education on the face of the planet, period, point blank. But now they're teaching kids that it's okay to walk around, a 5-year-old, it's okay to walk around with a damn dress on.
And to the
allegiance. I always tell my class, okay, so during third period, we have announcements and they do the Pledge of Allegiance. I always tell my class, stand if you feel like it, don't stand if you feel like it, say the words if you want, don't have to say the words. So my class decided to stand but not say the words. My room does not have a flag. It used to be there, but I took it down during COVID because it made me uncomfortable. And
so the Pledge of Allegiance made her uncomfortable, but she wants her classroom to pledge allegiance to.
I packed it away and I don't know where, and I haven't found it yet. But my kid today goes, hey, it's kind of weird that we just stand and then, you know, we say it to nothing. I tell this kid, we do have a flag in the class that you can pledge your allegiance to. And he like looks around and he goes, oh, that one?
Could you imagine this? This is what's going on in the school system. Grooming. So guys, I already told you why I left. I left 1 because of the fighting. I left 2 because of the parents, and 3 because of grooming culture. This woman is grooming her kids in her classroom to disrespect the American flag, the flag that has kept her safe from foreign invaders, the flag that has fed her, the flag that has kept roads for her to be able to drive to the school to work, the flag that has given her the ability. I'm done. But she wants them to pledge allegiance to that flag. I'm not a homophobe, but what in the hell has that flag done for the billions of, I don't know how many human Americans have ever lived, but what has that flag done for the countless of Americans that have lived since 1700, since 1776? People have come to this country from third world countries, from horrible conditions, from persecution. People have come to this country and made wealth, have built generational wealth here under the red, white, and blue flag. Nobody has come to this country and gained wealth under that damn flag. That flag has not protected the continental United States nor our territories. How dare that lady do that? How dare she groom her class? And as again, in the public schools, if you were to say something like me, they get you up out of there. That's why I left. Because this nonsense has been going on for a very long time. That's a disgrace. That's a damn disgrace. It is. Millions of men have not died under that flag protecting this country. They haven't. They haven't. That rainbow flag, that rainbow flag, no offense, deserves no respect, especially in the classroom. This grooming culture is another reason why the public schools are bad and why you should get the hell up out of there. She is teaching her children to pledge allegiance to the rainbow flag. This is like a nightmare. This is a nightmare. She said, oh, I don't like the other flag. You don't like the other flag? You mean the other flag that has literally protected you all your life? There are people right now defending this country under the red, white, and blue flag, the flag that she disrespected. People who are dying. And this bimbo, this idiot, this moron has so much power in the public school that she could sit up there and say and do that. And nobody will bat an eye. That's why I left the public schools, man. That's why I left. And you as a man, or you as a logical thinking person, you can't say nothing to these people. You can't be in the teacher's lounge and say, hey, Sarah, you know, my grandfather fought and died for this country. My uncle is a disabled veteran. I think it's disrespectful that you have that flag there and you took down the American flag. You will get fired if you told that to that rainbow woman. I'm not trying to knock her for being a part of the rainbow community, but the rainbow community is so, not the community, but this lady is so disrespectful that she is not only grooming her kids to believe in what she thinks is right, but she has that flag flying higher, flying higher than the American flag. Oh, and people ask me why I hate the public schools. That's why I hate the public school system. The solution is get your kids out of public schools. Get them out, because they are going to have to deal with fights. They're going to have to deal with these parents. They're going to have to deal with these grooming or these groomers. And I don't know what has happened But I'm telling you, it was bad in the 90s, but it is a complete and utter nightmare now. And it's horrific. It's horrific. Let me Michael H said, I would never send my kids to inner city schools. No, not at all. Let me see. Red said, I always confronted my teachers on that horse shit. I told my journalism teacher she would be speaking German if she wasn't for American imperialism. Yeah. Inner city schools are dangerous, people. They are absolutely dangerous. And you know, I want to play something for you real quick. Where is it at? Mystique, I don't know where. Let me see. I just had it. Please, guys, please forgive me. I don't know what I just did with it. I know I had it. It's weird. I just had it. Oh, here it is. Excuse me, guys. Let me tell you something, guys. The culture of violence is another aspect of the public schools that's undeniable. You know, people always talk about school shootings, this, that, and the other, but the violence that takes place in public schools, whether it's in the inner city or rural areas, is astronomical. You don't have a lot of violence, if not any violence, in private schools. There's no violence. By the way, they don't have metal detectors in private schools. Oh, by the way, they don't have a police in private schools, policing the damn schools. But even in the public schools, even with all that security, all the police, they still have violence. Violence, again, guys, is the number one reason why I say keep your kids out of public schools. And if you are thinking about teaching, you don't take your ass to no public school. Let me show you what happened last week. This girl right here was killed last week. It says, my daughter said, Dad, did you hear about the 16-year-old that got killed in the fight? This is got to stop. My condolences to her family. Oh, wait a minute. Sorry. This girl right here, I'm reading the wrong thing, was killed last week. She was just celebrating her 16th birthday. The level of violence that takes place in public schools is so bad that your kid, whether they are a good kid or not, will eventually be a part of it in some form or fashion. This girl right here, you know, was stabbed to death, unfortunately. And, you know, people pretend like, oh, well, this doesn't happen in the black community. What? Are you crazy? Black kids have been getting killed in schools since they probably started the damn school system. But nobody talks about it. So it's not just whites doing it, it's blacks, it's Hispanics, and it predominantly happened in public schools. There's no expectation of civility. Oh, you could actually see her. There's no expectation of civility in these schools. Okay, wait a minute. Let me see something real quick. I think you can see her. She's in the gray. She's in the gray getting stabbed. Okay, yeah, she's getting stabbed right there in the gray. I don't know if you guys saw it. See? Watch. See? They've been stabbing each other. See, look, they've been stabbing each other. Look, and see, the police is right behind them. This is what happened. The mayhem happens in public schools because there's no expectation of civility. There's no expectation of order. And when you try to bring that order, it gets stumped down by the feminists who control the schools. Howard Stern went to public schools in the Howard Stern went to school. Okay, I'm gonna show her mom's Instagram real quick. Give me a second, guys. Let me see real quick. What is her mom's Instagram? Is that her mom's Instagram right here? Give me a second. Let me try to put this up again. 1 second. Let me see. Mystique, can you put her mom's Instagram in the private chat? Let me see. Promise Hernandez says, hey, Chaotic Truth. In private schools, you don't have to bring weapons. No, you don't. Let me see. DJ says, Philly city schools are so bad, they are graduating without even showing up all year. They pass them to move the problems on to the next. Yeah, they do. They do. Thank you, Mystique. I'm about to put her mom's Instagram up real quick. Give me a second here. This is her mom's Instagram. This is what a lot of parents in the public school have to go through. I'm not talking about murders particularly, but just talking about their children being victims of, physical assaults, all types of crime. But this is the little girl right here. It says, they took my baby away from me. They murdered my child, then bragging about it. But I leave all vengeance to God. Everyone that's reaching out to me, tagging me, reposting it, I really appreciate it. I saw it. Thank you guys so much. I am not strong. Please pray for me while I try to pray for myself. At this point, I feel like I want to die. Wow, she wants to. Damn, this is horrible. And be buried with my child. God, I just want to die. Please take me with her. She was only 16 and they took my baby away from me. I want to die right now. I don't even know how to say rest in peace to my daughter. This feels so unreal. God, why me? Why me, Lord? My daughter don't bother people. Her mother don't bother no one. Evenly, God or Heavenly Father, why me? I just want to die. You know, the unfortunate thing is that public schools, culture of violence, culture of mob mentality, culture of gangsterism, a culture of thuggery. It is what it is. It is what it is. But then when the government or someone in politics says there should be harsher penalties or something, well, it seems like they're just targeting a certain group of people. No, they're not. Why don't these things happen in private schools? Red Illusion says this is the type of stuff that Black Lives Matter stays 1,000 feet from. That is correct. They don't care. They don't care. If you think that this is new, all of this debauchery in public schools, it's not. Listen to what Howard Stern has to say when he was in high school. Let me play it real quick for you guys. Guys, please don't forget to hit the like button and please subscribe. And please send this video out to as many people as possible. I enjoy exposing the hypocrisy of the school system. So please let this go viral. And salute to you guys. And positivity is definitely coming your way. You guys are definitely awesome. Guys, this is Howard Stern talking about his experience in school.
Which I don't even know what the difference is because I'm not even sure I know. Median and average.
I know that was a big discussion in school.
I know average is when you add them all up and then you take the midpoint.
By the number there are.
Yeah, but median is a whole.
Median is the one that falls right in the middle if you put all of them on a scale.
Sounds like average to me.
No, it's not quite the average.
Right. That's.
Howard Stern is a legendary radio host. This is a snippet from the 90s when he was talking to Robin about his high school experience at a public school. Howard Stern did not grow up rich. Howard Stern grew up in a inner city neighborhood. And the same thing, the violent culture, it happened in the 70s. People think, oh, all this is new, but it's not. Just listen.
The problem with me. That's why you barely break 1,000 on your SAT. Like you talk about your parents and then you're like real smart. I don't know how my kids are so smart. I don't get it.
Well, you're smart. Stop it.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are.
I don't know. I don't see it.
I know you like to put yourself down. You don't listen to yourself.
I should be able to break 1,000. How bright can
well,
that be?
You did have a bad start.
Yeah. I had a slow start.
Well, that education of yours, I don't know.
It was a little spot. you know, and it's weird because like in my school, there were so many kids who had no education that there were classes where like Itsy Bitsy was like on a second or first grade reading level.
Yeah.
They stick me in this class and the book we're reading is Itsy Bitsy. And I'm the fucking star of the class. Teacher calls on me. She goes, okay.
Listen to what he's saying, right? He's saying that when he was in high school, they had them reading Itsy Bitsy. Can you imagine this? They had him reading Itsy Bitsy. Itsy Bitsy Spider. These are 16-year-old kids. This happens now. When I was in high school, when I was teaching in high school, the teachers, they don't care about giving the kids any complex assignments because you give a kid an assignment, he's not going to do it because the parent at home, they're not going to help the kid because the parent at home generally wants to watch TV, wants to do something else. So they leave it to the school. They don't have a relationship with the teacher. The parent, the parent of the public school kid doesn't really have a vested interest. Yeah, you get lucky. You get some parents who you know are involved in their kids' extra academic pursuits in public schools. But from my experience, generally the high schools and the public schools give out worksheets. And these worksheets are basic arithmetic. Then a kid, he's doing 10 plus 15 and some dizzy teacher will say, oh yeah, 10 plus 15 is 25. You did good. That's really good. And the kid thinks he's smart. This has been going on for decades. Because if the teacher gave the kid real work, the parent would be mad. Man, why y'all giving him this calculus? Ma'am, well, calculus, you know, this is the 12th grade. He was supposed to learn calculus in the 9th grade. What do you mean you learned See, and the school doesn't want to deal with that. So they give the public school kids basic, if not elementary work. And you hear Howard Stern. Howard Stern is almost 70 years old. He was in high school in the 70s, the early 70s. And he's telling you when he was in high school, the same thing was going on. Howard Stern isn't even black, and he's white. And I'm telling you, this is how public schools are. Most public schools are like this to this day. Itsy Bitsy. Listen to this.
Read out loud.
You started reading Itsy Bitsy backwards.
Well, literally, there were guys in my class. I'm talking about 9th grade who the teacher would go, the English teacher would go, well, okay, why don't you read for us, Leroy? And he'd go, Itsy Bitsy. No, Bitsy, Bitsy. Like, you know, I'm sitting there
Sound
going,
it out.
what fucking bizarro world, man. So then she'd call on me and I go, Itsy Bitsy was a very good dog. Itsy Bitsy never, ever made a noise. Bitsy, and then she'd be like, wow. You know, well, actually, someone had said to me, I might end up being the valedictorian of Roseville High School. And I was like,
that's another thing, too. A lot of times in public schools, the valedictorians, they're not really that smart. And I got to call it like it is. They're not, in comparison to their private school counterparts. I mean, all types of stats prove that private school education is miles ahead of public school education. I mean, hold on for a second. Let me show you something real quick. I want to point something out real quick. This is from, let me see, where are we at? This is the wrong one. Give me a second, guys. I'm on the wrong one. Sorry about that. Where are we at? While I'm looking for it, guys, I want to say thank you guys so much. SAT performance relative to benchmark of 1550. Public schools, -79. Religious schools, +47. Independent schools, which are private schools, +107. Let's see here. Okay, let me see. Where are we at? Oh, here it is. Okay. I'm trying to find this right. I had it. This is okay. Oh man, dude. Generally, well, not generally, it is a fact that kids in private schools score significantly higher on SATs and on ACTs, get accepted into the Ivy Leagues, and even if it isn't the Ivies, you still have your Dukes, you have your Rutgers, you have your good private schools. So my audio is bad. Okay, it said it's better now. Okay, cool. It's probably because I'm playing this Howard Stern, but let me see.
Like on my way. So my mom's friend, best friend, Estelle Sickles, was a substitute teacher. Guess who ends up being a substitute teacher
in your class?
In my English class. She comes and she sees the curriculum. She sees me sitting there. She calls my mom that day and says, "You're not going to believe what a yenta. You're not going to believe what's going on in Howard's English class." My mother goes, "What?" She goes, "They're reading Itsy Bitsy." My mother goes, "What? What's Itsy Bitsy?" She goes, "Itsy Bitsy. It's a second or first grade. It's a reading primer, primer or whatever."
This legit happens. This legit happens in public schools, even to this day. This is Howard Stern talking about his experience in the 70s. They're reading Itsy Bitsy. They're 17 years old, and some of the kids can't even read that.
Whatever the fuck. Yeah. So my mother goes, "I'm getting him out of that class." Well, motherfucker, they put me
How
in.
come she didn't know what was going on in your education?
Oh, please. My mother? My mother sent me into an all-black school every day to get my ass whooped. And then
didn't she go to PTA meetings?
I don't know. I don't think so.
Wow.
Maybe. I don't know what she was doing. She's on another planet.
She wasn't a classroom helper?
No. Helper. We Sterns don't do anything.
Good Lord.
We don't
Even
do-
my mother did that.
No. Well, you must. I mean, I don't even know how you got a good education. I don't even understand.
We
it.
lived in a changing neighborhood. The school was great.
Yeah. It's
The
unbelievable.
schools were incredible. I told you I was the only black kid in my kindergarten.
I mean, because like you read beautifully and speak beautifully, and your parents didn't have that.
I told you, 6th grade and 7th grade.
Yeah. Was your mom like, "Yo, what's up, man"?
No. She actually was a great mimic.
Oh.
And she worked for these white people. She was a housekeeper.
So she learned how
And
to
she learned she wanted to have
proper English.
Yeah, and so she spoke very well of, the things she heard.
What about your dad? Was he like, "Yo, man, what's up, motherfucker"?
No, heck, are you kidding? We couldn't even talk like that.
Oh.
We'd have gotten the crap beaten out of us if we had done that. My mother made a big deal about you will speak properly. We would have to read to
really?
her every night.
I always thought that you were like the Beverly Hillbillies, like,
No, she gave the one thing they did know was get an education and be serious about it.
Yeah, somebody
she took
there must have.
television away for a year because my
Wow.
brother was screwing up in school.
Oh, so
And I was like, why do I have to miss television?
fuck you.
Because he can't do his work.
So
Fuck you.
So she was on the ball.
About education, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, it was like, that's the only way you're getting out of here. I didn't
Yeah.
know I don't know where she thought we were going.
My mom gets a hold of me after her friend, you see the friend. Estelle, informed her what was going on with Itsy Bitsy. So she gets a hold of me. She's mad at me.
You should have told her.
Yeah. What's wrong with this class you're in? I go, what class? English. What is this Itsy Bitsy?
Now she knows.
Nonsense. Yeah. Itsy Bitsy. All of a sudden now
I
she's
was on
mother of
mute.
the year.
Sorry.
I go, what about it? Hey, you sent me to this fucked up school. What do you want from me? Itsy Bitsy. I'm acing this class. Don't fuck it up for me.
I'm the valedictorian.
So she put me in a class, the fast track English class, where I was definitely lost. I went from being big man on the totem pole to this fucking class where not only didn't I know what was going on? Because a lot of the time was spent on grammar, which I had no comprehension of.
Right.
I've been kiting, you jerk!
But I had these two white guys, the only two other white guys in the school sitting in front of me who decided they hated Jews. So they were Polish. So they were going to turn around and so one guy turns around and punches me in the face.
Jeez.
Which is a dumb move because I'm sitting behind him. Now, this is in the advanced class, you know, the fast track.
Right.
So I took the biggest book I could find and smashed his head into the desk with it. And then that's when I had to go fight all three of these Polish guys. I guess they teamed up with another guy. I had to fight him after school.
Crazy.
What the fuck? I was like, put me back with Itsy Bitsy. But the Itsy Bitsy class was dangerous. That was an all-black class. And a couple of the guys were in the 5%ers. You know what that is?
Right. Yeah, you told me. I didn't know.
It's like the beginning of the Bloods and the Crips. And they decided they liked my pants.
I just want to point out that the same things that are going on now, just listen to what Howard Stern is talking about. He's talking about gangs. He's talking about remedial education. This is what goes on in public school now. So it's been going, this is a culture. This is a culture here. The public school culture of just ignorance.
And they told me to take my pants off in the middle of the class and because they wanted them. I couldn't
And
comply.
you wonder why you didn't do well on the SATs. Look at what was going on in school.
It was a war zone.
Yeah, you think in Lebanon the kids are getting a good education while they duck under the desks to avoid the bombs?
Maybe you're
yeah,
right.
They're not doing well with the SATs either.
Yeah, maybe that was the reason.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Just because someone, do you remember like how exactly did they tell you they wanted your pants?
I know. I remember to this day. I was sitting next to this guy, and I knew him. He was a pretty quiet guy, and he didn't seem like a bad guy.
Yeah, when somebody asks you for your pants, you remember it.
But I had a pair of black chinos on. You know, my mom didn't let me wear jeans. Chinos weren't quite jeans.
Red Illusion says, and Ben Carson became a prestigious neurosurgeon. Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Jeans. They were like, I don't know what they were.
What were they, like a khaki material?
Yeah,
But black. Huh?
My mother wouldn't let me wear jeans to school. I was like the gayest looking guy. I looked ridiculous, and I had to wear penny loafers. And you didn't put pennies in because kids would take them.
Just made you a target.
It made you a target. Anything made you a target.
Nobody wanted your penny loafers, though.
So all of a sudden, this guy just leans over to me and he says, "Yo, man, give me your pants." Like that, yeah. Then I have one time.
Now, mind you, guys, wait a minute. Now, mind you, this is a story from the 70s. Howard Stern is telling you what happened to him in public school in the 70s. Doesn't this story it sounds like he's telling you a story that happened like last week. I mean, just listen to the ignorance that is taking place in his classroom. And this is in the early 70s. People like to romanticize the past. Oh, you know, the past. No. They were ignorant in public school in the 70s as well. And truth be told, before that.
Yeah. Give me your pen. And half the time you don't know what the fuck anyone's saying anyway. I said, "What do you mean?" He goes, "I like your pen. Give them to me." I go, "I can't give you my pants. We're in class." Now, mind you, the teachers see all of this going on. They don't say a fucking word. Teacher was a young black woman, and she knew keep her mouth shut because she knew where these kids are gonna fuck you up if you they don't give a shit that you're an adult. Supposedly, they'll fuck you up anyway. So it just goes on. Doesn't matter. It's ignored. The teachers just continue teaching, and they hope that he could have said, "Give me your dress," for all she know. So I realized
she was happy she was getting to keep her clothing.
Yeah, and I realized I'm in a situation you got to contain it. You don't want it to blow out of hand because if you even get into a confrontation, you are immediately guilty because you're white.
Yeah, I mean, again, that's the unfortunate nature of being in public schools, man. Is the inability of critical thinking on part of a lot of the students there, and like you said, like I was going back to the whole situation with the staff in the office. One wrong word could get you your ass kicked from the parents. So just like what Howard Stern is saying, hey, one wrong word could get my ass kicked. I gotta be very. That's what he's saying. The public schools, it's just a culture of violence, a culture of ignorance, a culture of stupidity.
And everyone will just scream that you're a fucking racist and beat the shit out of you. So I go, dude, I can't do that or whatever. And I say, dude, you can't be disrespectful. If you're disrespectful,
then you're pummeled.
The whole fucking school beats you up after school. So you'd rather just
yell, dude.
Yeah, you don't say dude even. I say, I'm not even. You have to be very, very careful.
Airing that rap.
Yeah, I just heard a little bit about stutter.
Guys, I dropped the link. Guys, anybody can cam up. Let's talk about this. You know, in a nutshell, my solution is this. If you are a soon-to-be parent, don't send your kids to public school. If you are a parent right now, take your kids out of public school. If you're a teacher and you have some sort of dignity, get the hell out of public schools. Don't waste your time there. It is a cesspool of ignorance and violence, and you know it. You know it is. You're not saving the manatees. You're not saving the whales. You're not saving society. It is best to have your stress. It is best to have your mental health, your physical health intact. I've seen so many people who are teachers. They're worn out. They're old. If you are young, 30, 35, look into technology, look into the financial markets. Being around these kids now, being in the public schools is a liability. That's the solution. I showed you video after video after video of ignorance that takes place in the public school. And you and I both know that you see it every damn day. End Time says, I remember this conversation with him and Robin. Howard Stern said when they made him take his pants off, he was hung like a 7-year-old compared to the black teenagers. I'm telling you, man, the ignorance that takes place in public schools, man, just get the hell out of there. You know, the food is terrible. It's just a horrible place, man. The rodents. People, yeah, let's not pretend here. Let's not pretend. I dropped the link. Anybody can cam up. Any question you have, any concern you have, Born Again is in the building. What's up, Born Again? How you doing? Salute to you, sir. Cam up. Missy says, in public schools, it's not always the kids. Most of the time, it's the teachers, too. I would like to know, Sissy, how it is the teachers. I would like to know that. The teachers come there wanting to teach. They come there generally wanting to do a job. They're licensed by the state. They've gone to school for sometimes 4 to 6 years. A lot of times the teachers are not lazy. It's the overall environment. And I said this earlier. It's the administration. It's the it's the teachers. I mean, not the teachers, it's the students, it's the parents. Nobody wants to hold the kids responsible. Nobody wants to hold the parents responsible. And all the blame goes back to the teachers. And that's the unfortunate nature. Paul says, my son is in public school. He is taking computer programming and game design at a tech school. However, we are in the suburbs. Yeah, some public schools, like those in some great suburbs, have a great school system. But generally, a lot of public schools are terrible. Red Illusion, what say you, sir? Are you a product of public schools? Keep it real.
Yeah, 100%. I'm a product of public schools.
Go ahead, sir. You've been listening to my rant, so tell me, what do you think about it? Keep it real.
Well, I ended up with a stack of suspension letters.
Yeah.
But I want you to pull up something called Dads on Duty.
I saw that.
And this is a prime example of positive masculinity on full display.
Absolutely.
And that is what I believe is the solution to this.
Oh yeah,
100%. Yeah.
Yeah, expound upon it.
Well, I think it was a Louisiana school district, and the news report is like a 2-minute video, but basically these dads took it upon themselves to start shifts in the public school, and just the presence of these father figures in the schools removed all the fighting, removed all the toxic behavior. They even made it easier. They even made kids show up on time for class more. Like just the presence of these prominent dads in the school created a completely different environment from every other public school.
Yeah. What about the in terms of metrics? What about the metrics? Were the state scores higher with these fathers?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure about the test scores, but the attendance was better, and there was literally zero fights.
So with the elimination of fighting, and with the elimination of tardiness, or not vagrancy, but when you're not in school, it does give an opportunity for more order and cohesion to happen. So I can see academia may increase. I can see that. Or I could, go ahead. You get the floor.
Because it that gives the opportunity for the kids that want to learn, that want to get good grades, to actually go to class and not be interrupted every 5 minutes by some petty behavior.
Now, let me ask you this. I went over truancy. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Jay Bookie. It was truancy. Let me ask you this. I went over the reasons why I left teaching, which was 1, the fighting, 2 was the parents, and 3 was the grooming culture. What are your 3? What are your 3? If you, I don't know if you have the same sentiment. Go ahead.
I have the same 3, but I have an inclination to believe that it all comes from the parents.
Go ahead.
It's primarily, it stops at the parents' doorstep.
Yeah.
They have the decision whether or not to actually have a hands-on learning with their child, or just send them to public school as a babysitter.
Did you knock out a teacher, security guard, secretary when you were in school? Keep it real.
I kicked a teacher down the stairs when I was in 6th grade.
Yeah.
And all I got was a week detention.
Yeah. Go ahead. You got the floor, sir.
I was a terrible student. Especially in
most kids in public school are horrible.
Yeah, and here's the thing. I didn't have bad grades. I had great grades. I was, one of the top of my class.
Let's be honest. Most grades in public schools are, if you get an A in public, it's like a C in a private school.
Yeah, for real. Because I went to a private school, and I was enrolled in a like an advanced placement program to where they would take me out of the class and have me work on, bigger projects while I was in 2nd grade. Then when I went back to public school, they didn't have any of that. I was just in the heap with a lot of them.
Okay. Real Lady Angel, salute to you.
Hi. So yeah, I just wanted to say that the public schools had failed me.
Yeah.
I was an okay student. Like I had a lot of potential to getting good grades and everything. And I ended up bearing the brunt from the system when I had to defend myself against a bunch of bullies, a lot of girl bullies. They would just taunt me, and they just didn't like me simply because of jealousy.
Why were they jealous of you? Be real. Just be honest. Why were they jealous of you?
So they would I don't want to say like I was dressing fly or anything, but I looked put together, but still looked my age at the time.
Real lady, listen. This is the chaotic truth. You can be as open as possible over here. Keep it real.
Let's go.
You don't have to sugarcoat nothing. Just be honest. What was it really about you? Were you taller than them? Were you skinnier? Were you lighter than them?
I was curved. I was like slim, curvy. I was just in a way kind of better looking than them. I'm sorry, but that's what I've been told all along. But I mean, I didn't ask to look like this. I'm just am. But I'm just the type of girl. I was the type of girl that I just went to school. I don't do trouble. If I got homework, let me do homework, and then that's it. Because I wanted to get up out of public school and get on with my life. But them girls, like once they saw me, it's like they have this disdain for me for no apparent reason.
Real lady, let me tell you something. I'm 37 years old. And a lot of times people like to pretend, and again, I said this earlier about the past and beautify the past. Let me tell people something. Red Illusion, I don't know, I'm probably a little bit older than you as well, right? Red Illusion?
Yeah, I'm 22.
Okay, let me tell you something, Red Illusion. Don't let anybody my age fool you into believing that it was Wakanda in the 90s, because it wasn't.
I know. I've seen every TV show from the 90s schools. It's always a jungle.
Yeah, I went to both private and public. Let me tell you something about public school. Girls would slash the faces of their adversary if the girl was prettier than them. They were doing that shit in the late 80s and in the 90s when I was a kid. A girl didn't like another girl who they thought was cuter, so they would get them to fight each other, or they would get the girl to fight. And then the girl who was prettier would think that she would just be fighting, and the other girl would conspire with other girls to jump her and dice her face up. They were doing that in the 90s, and people want to go ahead, sir. You got the floor.
This has been studied before. Like we've studied bullying in schools, and it turns out that female bullying is more focused on reputation destroying.
Yeah.
So females will go to extreme lengths to destroy other females' reputations, whereas us men will just punch each other in the face in the back of the
yeah. Good old fisticuffs. Now, real lady, let's be honest. You said you were curvier, you were prettier than them, and you dressed better, so they were automatically jealous of you. Now, again, let's be honest. Did you ever go to private school?
I've never been to a private school, no, but based on what one of the members of the chat said, they're more put together.
It is.
Yeah.
Now, I taught in both, and I also went to both, and I could tell you, me as a black man, the public school system is no place for a black boy, and is no place for a black man to be a teacher. If anybody should divest first, it should be the black man, then the white man. The white man needs to haul ass out of there. Straight white man needs to haul ass out of the public schools, because now with this grooming culture, I don't know if you were here from the beginning. This grooming culture is the rainbow community, and they're trying to introduce their lifestyle into the school system at a high level now. So I would really suggest people get their kids out of the public schools. Do you have any children in public schools?
No, but I tutor after school kids, and it's a lot to handle.
Public schools?
Yeah, I tutor them for after school. And they don't want to do their homework. It's like they catch an attitude when it comes to completing their work. All they want to do is dance to Juju on that beat.
They're ignorant. They're ignorant. They're ignorant. And let me say it for you. You are the professional. You're still working. I don't want you to lose out on an opportunity for making money. Me, I'm a content creator. I'm an ex-teacher. I don't teach anymore. I'm gonna say it. They're ignorant, and it needs to be said. Most of those kids are ignorant. And those parents, they don't in the public school system, the parents don't care, the grandparents don't care. Listen, most of those parents just want to go home and watch TV at the end of the day. Unlike parents in the private school system where, hey, John, I got you a tutor. I'm paying $150 an hour for this tutor, and we're gonna work hard to get you into Harvard. I know you're in the second grade, and see, that's what they do. Now, I know people are gonna think that I'm trolling, but hey, that's the damn truth. Go ahead.
Yes, that's absolutely correct. All they want to do, they just want to go home and just watch Real Housewives of Atlanta or whatever supervised, and they don't really have the time to actually communicate with their children. How's your day and this and that. They just want somebody else to help do the homework for them instead of going over it. And then but these children, they don't want to complete their homework. And when you try
No.
to explain to them, that's when they gaslight you. And that's when they just try to, cause a whole ruckus out of that. Now, what I will say for some of these teachers, some of them that choose that profession, that's not initially what they wanted to do. Some of them that I know, they wanted to be designers, they wanted to work in the media, they
Yeah.
wanted to be entrepreneurs, but they never really had the tools, they never really had the connections, they never really
Yeah.
networked with people to get them to where they wanted to be. It was up until the pandemic happened when everything with the lockdown, everybody had to work remotely. People started questioning themselves. They're like, do I really want to do this profession now? They started,
Yeah.
and that's when they went to the internet, and then they started, looking at people that's making 6 figures a year doing this, having their own businesses, and then voila, now they're living their best life. They're not listening. They're not even in the inner city, teaching in the inner cities or whatever profession that they were complaining about. They're living their best life, and they're not even worrying about it. It's like, what, like minimum wage? What? Doing who?
Yeah. Making $40,000 a year teaching some badass little kids in the inner city or some rural kids, it ain't worth it. And then I don't know I don't know if you were at the beginning, but I was showing video after video of teachers and students fighting each other, and I'm like, it's not worth it. It's not worth it for a 55-year-old woman to be fighting some 16-year-old girl. It ain't worth it. Because if you knock her out, they're gonna say you knocked out a damn kid. But if she knocks your ass out, oh, you got beat up by a 15-year-old, and that's go ahead. Go ahead, Red Illusion. Go to the floor.
That's even worse. But
That is worse.
I was still dying the hill that I think we need dads on duty all across this country.
Yeah.
Like
They need people to make more money and send their kids to elite schools. I think that should be the next thing.
yeah. And like
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
like I was saying yesterday, the Rand Paul School Act, instead of giving $12,000 in tax money to every kid,
Yeah.
we give $12,000 in school credit to every parent, and they get to decide where that education goes for their child. And we've seen charter schools in places like Harlem and my city of Detroit, where those black students have even better high school test grades than their white counterparts. And their argument is, well, oh, charter schools aren't a fix-all because not all children can go to the charter schools.
Yeah.
Well, all right, let's build more charter schools then.
Yeah. Steve, are you there?
Yes.
Did you get knocked out by any of your public school teachers? Keep it real, sir. Keep it real.
No, none of that stuff. I did have somebody grab me by the mouth when I was a kid just for eating licorice, though.
Okay, tell me what you think about this whole private divesting from public schools. Go ahead, sir.
I think it's not such a bad idea, but I was going to say, like what I was saying in chat earlier, is that I read like accounts of people who worked in inner city schools and said it was a horrible and traumatic experience.
I want to point out real quick. Let me stop you real quick. I want to point out we're not just talking, not to you, Steve, but to the chat. I'm not just talking about inner city public schools. I'm talking about rural. It happens. I showed the first video I showed was in rural Kentucky.
No, this happens everywhere.
Yeah, in general, and yeah, unless you're in a high tax bracket, the public schools are pretty shitty. But go ahead, Steve. You got
Oh yeah, they all suck. I mean, like no matter where you live, the test scores are pretty fucking low compared to like other countries, and yeah, it's pretty embarrassing.
Yeah, but go ahead, Steve. You got the floor. What did you want to say though?
Oh, I was just saying, like, yeah, like kids are this whole thing about like violent children in the schools. I don't know. Like, do you think it would have made a difference as a teacher if you're allowed to just smack your students with a ruler whenever they were?
Yeah.
No. What has to happen? I was a teacher. What has to happen is that the parents. Again, I keep saying this. The parents at a private school, they pay for those kids to be there. So if a parent is dishing out $40,000 a year, the parents is pretty much telling their kid, listen, I'm paying money for you to be here. So there's an expectation here. So I think what really needs to happen is that the parents in the public schools need to get penalized, because who's paying for the public schools? It comes out of taxes, right? So there has to be some sort of way to penalize the parents in terms of some sort of, I don't know how they would do it financially, but they have to do it. Like maybe some sort of fine. Like if your child is suspended so many days or something, and we're going to fine you. I don't know how it would work in terms of through the courts or whatever, but there has to be some sort of money talks. And if you start getting into these parents' pockets, those parents are going to straighten their kids out.
Exactly.
Listen, Tyrone, they got you on video stealing that iPhone out of Mr. Jenkins' locker. And if you get suspended, I'm going to get fined $1,000, blah, blah. You get your ass together. See, that's what needs to happen. But that's just my opinion. But go ahead, though. You guys have the floor.
Okay.
Yes, that's simply because there's no consequences. There's no harsh consequences. That's why they're running around and, doing all these ridiculous things. And there has to be some accountability for the parents' part, because you think you're going to pay your way to have these children, not children, but the teachers act like babysitters. We all have to together,
Yeah. What's up, an unaverage Joe? So, Real Lady, you said you've been tutoring. How long have you been tutoring?
I've just recently tutored for like over a month now.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't really work in the public schools, but I work at a center where we basically just help children with their homework and things like that. So yeah.
Now, who are the worst type of kids? Is it the boys or the girls at this point?
Obviously.
Well, since it's small and we do have boys and girls here, I feel like the one that I'm teaching is like he's kind of hard headed, and he's very entitled, and it's like when we're trying to tell him like he doesn't have to do all this on his own. If he needs help, I'm there to help him. But he doesn't want to do any help unless he gets to like dance afterward, or he gets to play in a park or things like that. Like there has to be
How old is he?
He's like, he has to be probably like 9 or something.
Okay. Yeah. And do you have a relationship with his parents in terms of are you able to talk to them, speak to them on a daily basis?
Whenever he doesn't complete his homework, that's when we tell like the grandmother or the mother, like, unfortunately we couldn't complete all the homework, and like on the low, like I can hear his grandmother say, like, you keep effing up. Like the grandmother would tell the boy, stop effing up.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, like he's too entitled, and he has to understand that his parents has him here and for him to improve on whatever that he has trouble on, but he can't have this entitled type of mentality. Like he has to take the help for things to be accomplished. So yeah.
And no father at home, correct?
I believe he has a father too. But he's he's spoiled and entitled.
Yeah.
And a bit rude. Yeah.
What did you guys think about the whole Howard Stern story of his high school experience? Because what it said to me was, this has been going on for a long time in the public schools.
Yeah.
Go ahead. You got the floor.
Well, when I went to Redford Union, basically a Detroit school, I had these shoes. They were Jordan Superfly, and they were pretty nice shoes, right? And they called me, mommy's money, daddy's money, because I wore these shoes. Then I wore these exact same shoes to South Lyon School, which is a mostly white school, and they called me poor for wearing the same shoes. It's a complete cultural divide between communities. And what I've seen happen in the Detroit school system is the anarchy. Like the teachers have given up, the administrators have given up, and now it's up to, I guess, the police officer or the school to make sure there's no crimes going. But
here goes the thing, man. Your phone, your mic is breaking up a little bit. Here goes the thing. listen, I taught in public school. I also went to public school growing up. If a parent ever says, "Oh, I can't afford private school," stop it. There are scholarships, there are stipends, and the same parents who say they can't afford private school, ma'am, your son had Jordans on the other day. Ma'am, you're talking about. And this is just the hypocrisy.
Right.
The public school parent.
The public school parent. They give their children, their 14-year-olds, iPhones, but they don't send them to a school where their education is priority number one.
Yeah. Where they have lifelong connections. Private schools generally have a better track record at producing real leaders in every facet of life, whether it's government, whether it's entertainment, whether for damn sure it's business and law. The people who are running the big law firms in the country, I'm using broken English. They ain't going to no damn public. They're not products of public school.
Hell no.
Who's the guy who's the CEO of JP Morgan Chase? Oh, Jamie Dimon. He didn't go to no public school. These people are connected, and these people are powerful. Barack Obama's daughters, they didn't go to no public. As much as Barack Obama talked about public school, he sent those little girls straight to private school. So the fact of the matter is that listen, one of the biggest hypocrisies I ever seen in public schools were principals. Because, in most public schools, they have 20 damn principals in the school now. Were principals talking to people at meetings like, oh, well, these schools are great. And especially these older black teachers, the older black principals. Yeah, I sent my the reason why I send my kids to private schools is because, I do love public school, but I want them to, and I'd be like, stop the lies. Damn well you didn't send them here because it is an inferior product compared to private school. Stop.
Yes.
Don't give me. Go ahead.
It's like giving your kids Lunchables every day for dinner. Like that's not going to give them the nutrition they need to develop. Right. Yeah. You have to be hands-on with your own child. It doesn't fall on the public school. It doesn't fall on the kid's behavior. It falls on the parents.
Yeah.
They have to teach their children what is right, what is wrong. And that is what formulates a good moral framework of.
Guys, give me a second. I'm going to put myself on solo. And thank you very much, Red Illusion, for what you said. Patricia says, how do you know that it wasn't a gift regarding the child having Jordans? While I don't knock either private or charter schools, everyone isn't attending those schools as it is not cheap or easy. Patricia, stop it. Stop making excuses. We live in the 21st century. Every American has access to the internet. Every American has access to instant information now. I got to agree with what the lady said on the panel. I have to agree with her. During the pandemic, what Real Lady said, during the pandemic, people started to realize their existential nature within the universe. People started to realize, wow, I live in America. I live in the greatest country on the planet. I live in the wealthiest country on the planet. I'm in school. Why would I go to school to be a teacher? Why would I go to school to be a social worker? Why would I go to school to be go into a career that is not a career where it's a thankless career? The people who I see doing it, they look old and decrepit when they retire. Why would I do this? These kids don't give a damn about me. They won't give a damn about me when they get older. Why would I do this? Why not try to become rich in this wealthy country? So the fact is, Patricia, is that the cycle needs to be broken. It's not that the private schools are expensive. It's just that you don't have, not you particularly, but you don't have the money for it. The fact is that you as a parent, you should strive to send if you're going to have kids, you should strive to send them to private schools. Because in knowing what we know now, we know that public schools are inferior. They are. There's no other way for me to say it. Especially for us who have lived and gone to public schools. especially people who have gone from both public and private. So to say that, oh, they're not cheap. What do you mean they're not cheap? Make enough money to send your kids to private school, even if it's not even an expensive private school. Private schools are better. Statistically, they're better. Culturally, they're better. Kids are not indoctrinated at private schools the way that they are at public schools. They're not letting the rainbow community infiltrate the private school. Well, yet. But the thing is that, Patricia, we got to break that cycle. Send your kid to private school or send them to or homeschool.
Yeah.
Sacrifice. Make that sacrifice. It's all going to be worth it in the end. And people have to realize, especially now with the pandemic, everything that used to be so centralized is now decentralized. You know what that means? That means you have access to make as much money as you want. How many business channels do we have that are advocated for people how to make money online in various ways? You know, there's resources that you can have. There's so many business coaches. You have to make that painful financial sacrifice if you want to see a long-term reward.
Yeah. And I kind of thank the pandemic in a lot of ways, because with the at-home schooling, a lot of parents finally got to see what their kids are actually taught.
Patricia says, many of those who entered those fields had a love for it, and maybe they got burnt out. Of course, there are also those who got their due, that got in due to not having success in their own field. Paul says, overall, public schools are awful. DJ says, I have homeschooled my son this past year. I already have him advanced about a half a year. Yeah.
Good.
Public schools are terrible. They are. The classes are too disruptive. There's too many people. There's too many kids in one classroom. Listen, there are classrooms that I taught, it was 30 damn kids in the classroom. Private schools don't have that. And then you got all these parents. Anything that goes wrong, they get mad. They're taking away time to bitch and complain about something about their kid, totally forgetting that this teacher has to deal with 30 other kids and 60, or hopefully 60 other parents. So the fact is that it's no unity in a public school compared to a private school. Private school, 7, 8 kids in a classroom. Generally, the parents all know each other. Hey, Bob, I can't make it to the PTA today, but can you do me a favor? Can you look over Johnny's thing for you, Bob? And I got you. I got you. See, that's how it works in private school. They don't work like that in a public school. Go ahead.
This is wonderful. That's what it's that interpersonal relationship that they have, with making sure that everyone has a common goal, especially the children. This is all about the children. Wouldn't you want your child to not suffer the way you had suffered? Wouldn't you want your child to thrive and be successful and have a successful career and not have to worry about uncertainty and worry about not a job that is insecure? That is not secure. What you have to think about for your child, if not for you, do it for the children. Please.
Yeah, exactly. Convo with Kay says, I'm a public school teacher. Finding the parents will cause more harm than good, especially if most students are low income. Some parents don't know how to control, yet alone be a parent. Now, Kay also says everyone can't afford private school.
Well, finally, somebody said it. Thank you, Kay.
But Patricia, hold on. Let me respond to Kay first before you interject. Aren't you guys tired of poverty? Aren't you guys tired of inferior school systems? Guys, there are people, there are East Indians, Asians, so many people come to this country. They're not sending their kids to these inferior public schools. They're sending their kids to private schools, and they're making enough money to do so. We have to break the chains of ignorance. Public schools typically are a cesspool of ignorance. There's nothing good about public schools. So instead of saying that everyone can afford private school, why don't you start saying we need to make enough money so we can send our kids to private schools? Because why keep having kids and sending them to these schools where it's fights every 2 minutes?
Exactly.
There's no real education going on. Let's be honest. But go ahead, Patricia. You want to talk? Go ahead.
I was gonna say this. I agree with her. And two, I don't know if it's girl, lady Ange. I don't know if you're too close to your mic or what, but it's like we can hear you heavily breathing.
Oh,
But what I was gonna say was just, look, I'm not knocking private school. I'm not knocking charter schools. I'm not knocking any of those things. I think they're great. There was a movie called The Lottery that talks about people trying to get their kids into these better schools and having to, go through the whole process and hope that they get accepted into the program. Another thing I was going to say is that if that was the case, if it was so easy to get in, yes, if it was so easy to get in, then a lot of kids would be in those schools. And just because you're in a private school or a charter school doesn't mean that you still don't get bullied, doesn't mean that you still ain't going to fight. It may not be as much or as frequent as a public school, but you still end up dealing with a different level of bullying. Maybe it
It's
could be
back to life.
classism.
No, let her talk. Go ahead, Patricia. You got the floor. Go ahead.
Maybe it could be classism because some of those kids that, they're well to do, they could tell, even if you wear a uniform, that, hey, you ain't rich, you ain't got money like that, you probably got in on a scholarship. So you could get bullied around that too.
You got the floor, Patricia. Go ahead. You got the floor. You
No,
can go.
I think I said the majority of what I had to say. I'm not knocking it. Like I said, I'm not knocking none of it. If you can afford to get your kid in a better environment, absolutely do it. If you can get them in on a scholarship or if you can afford to pay for it, do it. I'm not knocking it at all, but please be mindful that everybody can't afford it. And isn't an education, whether it's homeschool or a public school, better than nothing at all?
Yeah.
Why would I want to send? Let me ask you a question, right, Patricia? Why would I
Mhm.
want to have a kid and I can't afford to send them to a private school in the first place, knowing that public schools are terrible?
I don't know. That's a decision each parent makes. Some
Mm.
parents, they make that decision that, look, I'm willing to work 2, 3 jobs to afford for you to have a quality education, whether it's at a private school or a charter school. While there are some that like, look, this is what I can afford, and I'm gonna do my best to make sure you at least get an education. Maybe I'm trying to break the cycle when it comes to like a family history of those who didn't even graduate high school.
But wouldn't breaking the cycle be not having kids in the first place, where you have to work 3 and 4 jobs to take care of that kid in the first place?
That depends on person. You can't be controlling other people's reproductive organs because you go into that
Oh,
line.
okay. Guys, anybody want to broach what Patricia's saying?
I think I guess to sum it up, it's all about, choosing what they say, choosing what type of devil, if I can sum it up, or picking the poison. That's how I would say it. Honestly speaking, I would choose the latter, and yeah, I am a strong supporter of private schools. I've always been that, and yes, there can be some unfortunate like these disadvantages when you talk about classism being some of the downside to it. Um, True. However, I feel like there's a way to still navigate through it, especially being that right now, a lot of women, especially women of color, are outnumbering the males when it comes to opportunities and, with Goldman Sachs and things of that nature. So I feel like, in a way, it can kind of correct some of the imbalances in the future if we were to have more males, especially men of color, black males, to be in private schools. It would probably level the playing field in the future.
She's right. That's what dad's on duty is.
You got the floor, Patricia, guys.
I mean, all I'm going to say is this: the same way a child can make it in charter school or private school, many kids, even if they got bullied, even if they got teased, they were able to make it out of school and be able to graduate and be able to go on to college or university and make something of themselves. And many of them have been able to. So, the same way they have opportunities to be able to make it or get better is the same way many kids in public school have been able to, too.
Let me ask you a question, Patricia. Do me a favor, okay?
Mm-hmm.
So, if what you're saying is true, can you name me a Fortune 500 CEO or even a Fortune 500 C-suite executive that has a public school background?
I mean, I didn't really look into that, but I'm more than sure there are plenty, just as there's plenty of others who they went to private or charter school. I didn't know I was going to be asked to, give you some examples. All I was trying to vouch for is to say
Yeah.
that as much as we're trash in public schools, I'm not saying it's the greatest. I acknowledge that. I understand that. But these private and charter schools that you guys keep pushing, while
Yeah.
great they are, and I'm not knocking them,
Yeah.
not everybody can afford it. If they could, they would have been there. There's a lot.
Yeah.
There's a movie called The Lottery where it talks about people
I'm
trying to get a
familiar with
scholarship to
that
put
movie.
their kids into a charter school.
Yeah. So you're saying that it's cool to have kids when you're poor, and just try to figure it out.
No.
I'm just asking. So it's just, hey, we're just gonna have 3 or 4 kids. We're just gonna, have sex, and we're poor, and we're just gonna have this kid, and this is gonna go to a public school and go through the same cycle that we went through. Because the logic is that everybody can't be rich, but that's the logic here.
No, I'm not saying that it's cool for anything. I'm just saying this. Like, at the end of the day, I can't control somebody else's reproductive organ to tell them whether they should or shouldn't have kids based on their environment or scenario. I'm not going to sit here and do that. But what I will say is that people make decisions based on the options in front of them. And I'd rather you have an education than nothing at all. I had a client working in social services where her mom would take her out of school so much. That girl is literally an illiterate. She's a 16-year-old illiterate. And I wondered to myself, what options do you have out here? Yes, you talk about doing hair, but what else are you going to do to help make money when you don't have clients to do
Do
hair
you know
for?
why? But do you know why that girl is illiterate?
She didn't get an opportunity for an education. No, we're not going to go into the private or charter school. She didn't get an opportunity because her mom kept taking her out of class for only God knows why.
Her parents.
And
Hold on for a
I
second.
said her mom. I did say her mom, sir.
Let Patricia finish. Patricia, go ahead. Please finish.
No, I did finish. It was her mom. It was her
Okay.
mom. And her mom herself didn't finish high school either.
Okay, well, here goes the thing, Patricia. You know who, in my opinion, Patricia, do you know who's at fault for that girl?
Her mom.
You are.
Why?
Because I, too, at one point, I worked in probation and I worked as a social worker.
Mhm.
When these jobs exist because the idea is that the cycle will continue. Therefore, the job will continue to work for those people. When people like you or I say, stop having kids outside of wedlock, stop breeding these people into existence, and you are blunt and brutal about it, then people are shamed and they're not going to do it. The Jews don't do it, the Chinese don't do it, and other groups of people don't burden the system. So there are no need for social workers and all these other things. Are there social workers in Japan? Hell no. Because in Japan, certain types of sexual behavior is shamed. You're not supposed to have sex outside of wedlock. You're not supposed to have sex unless you can afford the kid. You're not supposed to have sex if you can. See, those things are already set in stone. I'm not knocking you, Patricia.
But how do we know there aren't social workers and they just don't have the title? They may do the work, but they don't have the title.
Well, if they're social workers, what are they called in Japan?
I don't know what they may call it, but I think of, because when I'm thinking of what you're saying, no, sir. Let me finish. When I'm listening to you, what I'm thinking of is, for example, you have these people who are helping out when it comes to those who've been victimized by human trafficking. They may not have the title of a social worker, but they do the duty of a social worker.
Knock it off. Go ahead, Patricia. You got the floor. No, go ahead. You got the floor.
No, that's what I wanted to say. I mean, maybe they could be considered educators to Red Illusion, but the point that I was making was, you have people, just because you don't have the title doesn't mean that you're not doing the work.
Patricia, you are continuing the cycle by accepting that job. Do you know what would happen if, first of all, there's a what's the word? My brain is working slow right now. There's a shortage on social workers, and you know that, Patricia.
Correct. Just like
What
there's
would
a shortage
happen?
in other careers too.
Yeah. So a lot of social workers your caseload, you deal with I don't know if you deal with children or you deal with adults, but the children are products.
I deal with both.
Okay, so you know that. So if you have any children on your caseload, because I worked in social work as well. I had a caseworker a long time ago. It was another first job out of college. You as well as I know that your caseload, the general consensus is that the child is a product of a single parent household. Generally, the mom is taking care of the child. The mom is on some sort of government subsidy. The mom has multiple children. There's no man in the house generally. If there is a man, it's like a stepfather or a boyfriend. You and I both know that. And the fact of the matter is that what the problem is that the behavior is not shamed in our community. The behavior is said, oh yeah, you guys are free to do what you want to do. You guys, we can't control your reproductive whatever. And same thing with public schools. Public schools worked for a reason 150 years ago. It was to educate. Most people were illiterate back then. Even whites were illiterate. But
let me ask you this: the same way you shame these women for having these kids, what about these men who also go and sleep with these women, knowing their circumstances, and they're not using contraception?
They're just as guilty.
They're just as complicit.
Okay, yes. I just want to make sure. I just want to make sure that if you don't have all that for women, I hope you match that for a man too, because it takes two. It's not like she impregnated herself.
Earlier in the video, I played a clip of a parent. And I said a parent is one of the reasons why I don't teach anymore, because you have a lot of parents, they're irrational. Their kid could say, well, the teacher did this, and they come up there ready to fight you, ready to kill you. I showed you, I don't know, Red Illusion, if you were watching it, I showed up this black guy. Black guy was like 6'2", 200 something pounds, looked super in shape. He's in there hollering at everybody in the damn office. And I'm like, he said something that struck me as odd. He said, I work an hour from here and I expect my kid to be. And I'm like, sir, why are you have multiple kids and you have to work an hour away from your kids? Sir, don't you see the problem here? It's not the public school, it's you. Why are you having all these kids and you can't afford to have a nanny, a chauffeur for them? You are expecting the public school that has to deal with 1,000 damn kids, and it may be 30 faculty members there. So yeah, maybe one kid may get dropped off at a wrong stop. Okay, but you can't sit there and be so angry. What about, you have to look in the mirror at yourself and say, why didn't I earn enough money in my life where I don't have to send my kids to an inferior school system? That's what it is. Go ahead, though. But that's just my opinion, though, Patricia. Go ahead.
No, I'm not knocking it. Look, I'm not knocking nobody's opinion, whether in the chat, whether on the panel. Mm-hmm. I'm not knocking it. But I just wish that many of you would look into all factors instead of just being like, okay, private school, charter school, yeah, that's the way to go. As if you see everybody and their mama being, okay, did I say something to you, Red Illusion? No. Anyways, looking at
Patricia, stop.
Come on. I'm trying to finish my point. I didn't say anything to him.
Okay. Patricia, please finish the point. Please.
The point I'm making is, look, I'm not knocking those schools at all. I'm not, but everybody can't afford it. And if it was easily affordable, then many people will be putting their kids in that environment if they can afford it, or if they even live close enough where there's even public transportation to get them there.
I'm listening. You got the floor.
That's all.
I can't speak for all the children across the nation, but in my home state of Michigan, it is cheaper to enroll your children in private homeschool education, online education, K-12, than it is to put them in public school.
Real lady, you've been quiet. What say you?
So I don't want to. It's kind of.
Don't hold back, real lady. Don't. Listen. Patricia makes excuses for everything. Go ahead, real lady. You got. I'm
well,
playing.
I'm about to say that is not true. That is not true.
Go ahead.
I mean, I definitely respect Patricia's point of view of it. I feel like certain things have a cost for a reason, and while it may be unfair for it to not be as affordable as it is for public school, as for me, I'm looking at things for the long haul, because I look at and it may not apply to everything, but when I think of cost, I'm thinking about the long-term value of things. That's what I'm thinking of. So because to me, the long-term reward outweighs whatever that is. Now it may sound a little like I don't know if I should say, somewhat like illogical in a way, but that's just my own point of view. It may not be everyone else, and I definitely respect other people's take on uh, the private schools and not being affordable, but I feel like there's a cost for there's a reason why things cost the way it does, but it's all about the long-term value because at the end of the day, it's somebody's child, So it's like I can't think of others. I'm thinking I don't have children, but if I did, I'm thinking about what I would want my child's future to be like, and I have to have responsibility to do what I have to do to make sure that they can have a great life for themselves and their future generations. But that's just my take on it. I can't speak for everyone else, unfortunately, but I respect everyone's point of view on that.
Paul in the chat says, all I hear is someone else needs to be responsible for a woman's poor decision to have a child. Ooh, what do you guys got to say about that?
Bar.
Ooh, go ahead. Go ahead. Got the floor. Red Illusion, you got the floor.
Well, as I've said, it's cheaper to enroll your child homeschool than for public school. So if you have time, you're working a 9-to-5 job, still have 3 hours, child, whatever you deem necessary. What's stopping you from doing that?
Hey, look. This is the chaotic truth.
You can check
Natalie
your private chat, Chaotic. I sent you information.
Okay, good. I see what you sent me, Patricia. But Patricia, listen.
Mhm.
Regardless of how many celebrities went to public schools and became
You
famous
asked earlier, so I made sure to look for
Patricia, I'm not about to argue with you. I'm just about to talk. Regardless of how many celebrities went to public schools and made something of themselves in Hollywood, the fact of the matter is that, let's be honest, the country is ran by banks, is ran by the Fortune 500 as well. JP Morgan Chase, the C-suite executives, they don't send their kids to public school. They go to private school. And most of the people who are C-suite executives went to private schools growing up, and they went to Ivy League or a little top down, maybe Duke in college. And most CEO, I know people in the chat are gonna, they're gonna fact check. Oh, I gotta fact check real quick, and I'm gonna see who went to public schools here. But yeah, so you may find some C-suite executives, some powerful people who did go to public school. But generally, people who control the big businesses in the country, generally the wealthy people, and I mean wealthy people, they go to private schools. They send their kids to private schools. And the people you sent me on the list went to specialized high schools. They went to good high schools. They didn't go to your run-of-the-mill public school. And Patricia, you know that. Patricia, I understand. You work in the field of social work. I understand it. You have you have a duty to the state. Trust me, I know all about it.
I actually went into it because I like. Okay, you know what? Go ahead, Chaotic. Let me let you.
No, go ahead. I'm listening to you. I'm listening to you. Go ahead.
No, I don't want you to make it look like I'm just dedicated to the state. Like when it comes to my job, when it comes to my job, I do it because I have a passion for my job. I know that there's many people who they don't have a passion for their job. Either they burned out or either they got into it because whatever degree they originally went for, they couldn't find success in that field. So they need to make ends meet somehow. So they end up joining another they end up going into another field. It happens. I've seen it. But there are some people who do actually have a passion for what they do. If I am to that point where I feel like I'm burnt out and I don't love what I do anymore, then I need to take the time to step away and reevaluate, because that's a disservice not only to myself, but to the people that I serve.
Well, Patricia, like I said, to each his own. I believe in private schools. I laid my case out. I didn't want to say that public school. I don't mean to say that they're just inherently inferior. I believe that public schools served a purpose at one point in American history. But I believe now that with the influx of Patricia, for God's sakes, did you see the video of the one teacher that had her students in public school pledging allegiance to the rainbow flag?
I've heard about it. I remember you've mentioned it on other lives before. Do I agree with it? No. I don't even agree with elementary kids learning about that, because I feel like they're still too young.
Yeah.
If you're going to introduce that to a child, I would rather say at least, I don't know, maybe 8th grade going into high school or something like that at least. But a kid so young, it's not I don't agree with it. But then again, the powers that be felt like young kids should learn this.
But Patricia, here we go. That's all listen. All I'm saying is that to stop. Hello? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, to stop a cycle from happening, you have to be brutal about going about doing it. Public schools were good 100-something years ago. Yes, it educated the masses of people for free. Okay, sure. People became literate. But now people are way more intelligent. You can teach your kids how to read, write, and do basic arithmetic at home. You, as a parent, listen, you have a duty to this state, which is America. And if you're having 3 and 4 kids and you're sending them to public schools, and it's like you're burdening the state. I can understand 1 kid, but 3 and 4 kids. I mean, there are schools. Listen, when I was in public school, there were kids in my class who had brothers and sisters all over the school, and they were all F-ups. They were not only F-ups, but they bragged about it. Oh, I'm just coming to school to wear my clothes. It was ignorant. Absolutely ignorant. I got on Tommy, nigga. 5 kids in the household, just ignorant. 5 ignorant kids, and I'm like, what is the purpose of these children? They're running, they're havoc in the school, and they're really depleting resources. And the fact is that I feel like that's what the public school system is doing. It's allowing for a continued cycle of people that otherwise, I hate to say it, given under any other circumstance, would not be here in the first place. In Japan, this wouldn't happen. You wouldn't see 3 and 4 ignorant siblings just in one location. You just won't see nothing like that. Go ahead, Red.
Well, you don't do this in other countries.
I beg your pardon?
In other countries. This is primarily an American phenomenon, the generation public school system.
Yeah.
And that's because we have a government that's set up to subvert the education. And that's why, we're not learning about actual American history. We're not learning about the 600,000 white people who died fighting for the ending of slavery. We're only learning that this country was built on slavery itself, and not the fact that it single-handedly ended slavery across the globe.
I got a question for Patricia. Patricia, you still there?
Yes, I'm here.
What do you suggest about the kids that are killing each other in public schools? that are falling behind their private school peers? What do you suggest? What is your solution for that?
I think that's a huge undertaking in of itself, and it's not gonna just happen overnight.
So when
I'm not. Look, I don't have all the answers. I'm not gonna sit here and pretend like I do because I don't. With the killing that's going on, I would want to know where did this like come from? Where did it stem from? Did it start at home? Was this child? What was the circumstances to make this person get to that point? What's the root cause of that issue for that to happen?
Yeah. So let me ask you this question. Should you just send your kid in that environment?
I think that each parent makes a decision that is best for them, whether it's homeschool, private, charter, or public. It is up to them. I'm not going to sit here and determine for a parent what they should do for their own kid, because every parent is different and they're going with what they can afford or what is possible for them. Whether they decide to work multiple jobs and sacrifice to make sure that their kid can have the best, to, okay, look, this is all I can afford, no matter how hard I'm working, no matter how hard I'm trying. I want you to have an education and I want you to have better than me, because many of these kids, their family members didn't even graduate themselves and they want something better for them. At least to have a high school diploma to break that cycle.
So it's not irresponsible for parents to send their kids to schools where fights occur daily.
Fights occur at private schools and charter schools too. Just because you don't see it as often, just because you don't see something as often doesn't mean that it doesn't happen. They're just able to cover it up more, or they're able to be more discreet. But that doesn't mean it doesn't happen.
Okay, go ahead. Okay, but I'm trying to tell you that fights don't happen. So here goes the thing. When I was a teacher, right, I taught in public schools. Fights happened every day, all day. There may be 2 or 3 fights a period. You mean to tell me that in private school they're fighting at that rate?
I'm not saying they're at the same rate, but I'm not going to sit here and act like, oh, fights don't occur at charter or private schools at all. No, I'm not going to sit here and be like it doesn't happen. I mean, it may happen, but does it happen as frequently as it may at a public school? No. Does it happen still? Yeah. Are they more discreet? Most likely, but it does happen. I'm not saying it doesn't, and I'm not saying it happens as frequently as it does at a public school. I never said that. I'm just saying.
Well, I want to tell you something. Fights are very rare at private schools because a lot of private schools have a zero tolerance for any type of physical assault. I just want to let you know that as a person who actually has taught in private schools, and let me tell you something. In my tenure at private schools, I didn't see one fight. You saw a couple of arguments, like, you fucker, you saw little stuff like that, but generally those kids are so connected with each other. They go on retreats. Their parents know each other's parents. They typically don't fight because there's no opportunity to fight, because a lot of times in those schools they're always working. There's not really a time of laxation or any laxical or I'm using the wrong word, any lax environments like there is in public school, But Patricia, I'm not knocking you for having that focus, and salute to you for that. Ragnarok, what's up?
Sorry, my bad. I'm outside smoking.
Yeah,
I'm okay.
I got a question for you, Ragnarok. Was Thanos right? Keep it real. Keep it real.
Philosophy, yes. Method, no.
Yeah. Let me ask you another question. Why has Marvel beat out every other sci-fi franchise? What's your theory?
It's been that way since the Silver Age and Golden Age of comics, my friend.
You think that Marvel was better than Star Wars and Star Trek during the Golden Age of Star Trek and Star Wars?
Comic book Silver and Gold Age.
Okay.
They always, so we were comparing sci-fi with the hero genre, which is kind of yes, Star Wars was massive. Star Trek was massive, but they're all inspired by Dune.
Okay. So Ragnarok, I don't know how long you've been listening. I've played a lot of videos.
The whole show.
Oh, thank you very much for listening. Positivity to you. I have a question for you. When you were in public school, when you were a kid, how many teachers did you knock out? Keep it real.
I threw a chair at one teacher.
I knew something happened. You went to public school, but go ahead. Go ahead. Yeah.
I actually went to 8 different schools.
Go ahead.
So I had gone to inner city schools, suburb schools, any kind of school, been there. And so it happens in every situation, regardless. And I had a question for you, since you're a teacher.
Go ahead.
And you know the field very well. Like, given this whole pandemic stuff and online learning, so a lot of people don't know this. Our current schooling system is the old Prussian model.
Go ahead.
So you know when the bell rings, it's recess time. So that bell is actually the same noise factories back in the Industrial Revolution would make. It's break time or go back to work time. This is the ancient Prussian method, and this entire our current modern iteration of the Prussian school system. Prussia, for people who don't know, is Northeast Germany.
Yes.
We're going to be going in building schooling is going to fade away. Online schooling is going to grow substantially. And not just that, the tools, the access to information, the works, students, and even people with lower income can afford this. And you'll have no excuses, none. So in-school learning will destroy. In-school learning is going to fade, and online schooling, if we have the chance to make a new system here.
Yeah, I agree.
And this system, you could, it won't be the best for shop or music, but then they can go to specialized, smaller type buildings. And we pay so much tax dollars that it goes to the schools for naught. We could take all that away and we could fund better teaching.
Yeah. I totally agree.
Yeah.
Angry. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I just wanted to. I definitely agree with him, and I like how he expounded on what I was talking about earlier about decentralization, and how we can just basically take the power into our own hands and control how everything should be, how the school system should be set up in order for the children to have not just quality education, but have the parents accountable, make the parents accountable of how their children, basically of how the children should learn. So yeah.
And on top of that, for specialist learning, and also you could go to like I said, musical school, stuff like that, right? But as well, this kind of new teaching could actually gauge every single student's interest instead of just teaching them as blobs.
I can see that happening. Angry Snowman, what's up, sir?
What it do, man? Nice to talk to you. I've been sick for the last couple of weeks, man.
Oh, do you get better?
Finally starting to get there.
Okay. I don't know how much you've been listening to the show, but I have a question for you, sir. When you were in the 10th grade, tell us about the English teacher that you knocked out. Go ahead, sir.
I didn't knock out an English teacher. Actually, me and my friends, we'd fight all the time just to get out of school suspension on purpose.
And you went to public school, right?
Yes. Actually, I went to a public Catholic school.
Okay. What was your experience?
Actually, I had more issues with teachers being violent in grade school and middle school than I did in high school.
What do you mean?
As in, there was one history teacher that he liked to put his hands on kids if he thought they were cheating or being dishonest and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Okay.
I will say this, my experience in a public school, there was, like you said, there was a fight every day. And this was in a very small, and I'm talking very small, farm town, white community.
Rural, like I said, rural. Yeah.
Nothing but a bunch of white kids always trying to measure their dick size.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And that's why I got on here, because I heard somebody saying something about charter schools and private schools. My son's been going to a charter school for 3 years. I have yet to hear of a fight at my son's charter school in 3 years.
Because just like Yep, because charter schools are ran similar to independent schools, which are private schools, and they don't have a problem.
Yeah, they have private funding at charter schools. Usually, like where we live, the charter schools we have in town are all funded by the local university, which means they don't get tax dollars. The university actually funds and runs their school curriculum, and there's a certain set of guidelines they have to follow by. Kids are actually on a waiting list to get into a charter school, just like they are in a private school.
That is true.
And if a kid acts beyond the bounds of the way they have things set up in the school handbook, there is no 1, 2, 3 strikes. You get one strike and you mess that strike up, you're out.
Yep.
Because there's plenty of other kids that would rather have your seat. There are plenty of other parents that would rather have their kid in your kid's seat rather than them being in public school.
Yep. It's more civilized than private schools.
Well, and I've noticed that the teachers actually take a greater interest in the children's education in a charter school. They are willing to.
They don't have 50 kids in the classroom.
Right, like that's a big one. My son's class has, I think, 10 or 15 kids total in his whole classroom. So you actually are able to teach and give the children that individualized attention that they need.
So, Angry Summit, let me ask you this. What did you think about some people in the chat and Patricia saying that we can't determine or we can't dictate the she didn't say breeding, but the reproductive practices of people? And if people want to have children to send them to public schools because they can't afford the private, what do you say about that?
Schools are not a daycare center. It is not someone else's responsibility to raise your damn kids.
Yeah.
I mean, granted, I have kids that go to public school as well that live in another state, all right?
Yeah.
But at the same aspect, I have always taken the stance that the school is not a daycare center. Teachers are not babysitters. They're educators.
Yeah.
Parents are the ones that are supposed to be raising and really educating their kids. If
Correct.
you can't take the same kind of stance and put the same effort in that you expect an educator to do with your own damn children, then you don't need to have children.
Yeah.
I completely agree with that. Another thing I find, like that he brought up, to segue into our school systems, we have kids sitting on their ass, pardon my French, for over 8 hours a day, maybe 1 hour of PE. It's not working.
Well, see, and that's the other thing with charter schools too. If they find teachers that aren't going by the rules, teachers get the same kind of strikes the students do. If a teacher is not excelling to the rate that a charter school or a private school expects a teacher to excel at, they are gotten rid of and replaced with a teacher that will.
Yeah,
that's interesting.
And I wanted to go back to what I was saying about cost. When certain things cost it's to show how serious that someone, especially a parent, is when it comes to making sure that their child is at a quality school. So people can't just question, oh, why is it not affordable? Why not this or why not that? You have to understand things are the way it is. It's about how are you going to make sure that your child gets into these schools in order for your child to have a quality life in the long run. So I'm always about, if it's going to provide long-term value, then I'm for private schools or charter schools.
Well, see, charter schools get a bad name anyhow, and really all a charter school is it's a privately funded school that's generally privately funded by some kind of corporation in town or some other kind of institution, university in town, but they still run along the same aspect as a public school. They just tend to try and find other ways to educate kids that traditional public schools don't go by, because traditional public schools, they go by a federal matrix or metrics when it comes to educating kids. It's a one-size-fits-all type of schooling, whereas with charter schools, like the school my son goes to, they're more of a hands-on type of learning. They want the kids up and moving around and doing things and being involved, whereas in public school, you see a lot of these teachers where they hand kids a packet of papers, tell them to read it, and they're educating themselves.
Yep.
Yeah, pretty much. They're literally sitting for 8 hours a day, maybe 1 hour PE. You have 30-minute lunch, 15-minute breaks. So that's 2 hours of moving around. The rest is completely sitting around, and people wonder why we have an obesity issue, why they're so restless. It's not a proper way of teaching. Like most of human history, we taught our own children, be you African or European, whatever, in the savannas, forests. You taught them practical things. Like a blacksmith, he'll have his son learning blacksmithing right then and there as soon as he can move. Like stuff like that. Trades were passed down for the longest time.
Well, you know, it's simple things like how many parents nowadays actually teach their kids how to read before they go to school?
Right. Like me, I was reading Lord of the Rings when I was 10.
You know,
like I was way above my level.
Let me tell you guys something, and you're right. That's a good question, Angry Snowman. When I was teaching, I saw that in the elementary schools, parents relied on the first grade teachers to teach the child how to read. I said, why weren't you teaching your child how to read as soon as they were born? I have friends and I know people, you know, they're teaching their babies how to read. And yeah, the baby doesn't know how to read, but the more you read to them and talk to them, they develop those skills when they are 2 and 3. And it's weird because some kids go into kindergarten not knowing letters and words, and I'm like, what the hell is going on here? They should have knew that. But yeah, you are right, Angry Snowman.
Well, a perfect example is like, I mean, I'm not trying to toot my own horn, but I am a little bit. My son's in 2nd grade. He's already reading at a 6th and 7th grade level. And that's because I had him start reading before he was ever even in school. You know, and they have this wonderful tool that you can get for your kids. Everybody's seen the commercials for it. It's called ABC Mouse. It's very, very, very inexpensive. It costs $100 a year. $100 a year. That's the same price as one of your fucking PlayStation or Xbox games. If you can't buy that for your child, rather than getting yourself a PlayStation or Xbox game and care about your child's mental development, then again, you don't need to have kids.
Yeah. You got the floor, man.
I'm just saying, man, it isn't like we live in a society now to where we don't have the tools and the things that we need to raise our children properly. What we have is we have a lot of people that lack accountability and that lack any kind of moral compass. They want to blame everything on everyone else and say it's someone else's fault why their kids are acting like jackasses, when really you need to sit at home, look internally within yourself, look within your own home environment, see what kind of environment you're bringing your kids up in, and maybe sit and reflect on what you're teaching your kids.
Yeah.
I agree with that.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
So like I mentioned with online schooling, I think, so back when this system was working very well, it's when you actually had, it's going to sound weird, a military sergeant in the school teaching discipline. Did you know most schools back in the 40s, 30s, 20s actually had guns in their schools? Gun racks. Every student was assigned one. You were taught gun safety. You were taught the morals of a gun is dangerous and you should never point it at anybody. You were taught discipline. You were taught pretty much the basics.
Now, mind you, with what he's saying, like the school that I went to where they did teach gun hunter safety courses and stuff like that, when they were teaching hunter safety courses, they gave you blanks to actually practice with, to get you to understand the difference between a loaded gun and flagging someone with a loaded gun, or flagging someone period with a gun, to teach you proper, handling of a firearm.
Right.
But so at the same time, we did discipline. What I was going to say is we did grow up. I grew up in an era where there were many kids that came to school. They had gun racks with shotguns and rifles hanging in their gun racks in the back of their trucks. That was a common thing.
Yeah, one thing I suggest, sure, you can have the dads patrol the schools, but really, is that going to do anything? They'll be gone 1 minute and then boom, it's back. Yeah. All the bullshit is back. So I think we have a lot of veterans who are jobless. Why not have a veteran teach a disciplinary course? And it's not like discipline, you're getting punished. It's like disciplining your own mind, your own body, stuff like that. Like adding a whole new level of self-accountability.
Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say I do want to agree with what Paul Game said in the chat. Being a single parent is a zero excuse for doing a piss poor job raising your child, and I agree with that. Simply because you could take that time that you spend going out to the club and trying to get you your John or your Becky or whatever, and rather than thinking about yourself, take that time and sit down and do family game night with your kids. Spend some quality time as a parent with your kids. Stop thinking about yourself. Your kids didn't ask to be here.
Nope.
It's your act that you did with another person that brought them here. So you're responsible for them being on this earth. That means it's your responsibility to make sure that they become productive citizens on this earth.
And I agree with that. I agree with that so much, so man. And like board games nowadays, family night board games is at an all-time low. You can tell because board games are barely even being made. You can teach them how to do math. You can teach them how to read through the quizzes, all sorts of stuff. You can actually teach in a fun method, and that's not something parents tend to do too often. Some do.
We do family game night twice a month at our house.
That's nice.
I wish our community could exercise doing that instead of going into these panels and start bashing each other for whatever reason that is. It's not productive. It's not giving you any type of value, whether if it's financially or mentally or anything. Start doing something productive with your life. Look into yourself. Take some accountability. Look into the person in the mirror and start to accept a lot of the flaws that you have. Look to correct on it. And then after that, you can be a good role model for your children.
I agree 100% with what you just said. Because I'll tell you what, I don't know who wrote this proverb, but it's one that I've lived by ever since I looked in the mirror and started taking personal accountability for my own flaws, which is one of the hardest things for any human being to do, is take accountability and accept that they're responsible for all the bad that's come in their life. I don't care who you are, you're responsible for it. If you're an adult and you got bad shit happening to you, you need to own some of that responsibility. But one of my favorite proverbs is this: if you do what you've always done, then you'll be what you've always been. I don't know who wrote it, I don't know who came up with it, but that is a very, very, very to the point and sound proverb right there. If you do what you have always done, then you will be what you have always been.
Couldn't be more correct. Couldn't have been more correct.
And I don't buy in with these parents that will sit and say, well, it must be nice that you have the free time to have family game night and this shit, this, that, and the other with your kids. Well, you could too. It just depends on what you find more important and more satisfying in your life. Would you rather go out and get drunk and smoke weed and run around in the hood or at the clubs or at the bars? Or would you rather spend time at home with your family where you're really appreciated for who you are and where you're really wanted and loved for who you are? Because those kids are doing everything they can to get your attention. So much so as they're willing to go out and cause conflict and get into fights with other kids just to get negative attention from you.
We see that time and time again. It always happens. And like I myself, Chaos, I went to an inner city school and I was one of the few white kids at that school.
Yeah.
And so you can just imagine the level of chaos was so bad in that school that my mother pulled me out. So this one time I kept getting attacked because I'm white, and I didn't know why. Because before that, I came from a small town where, we were relatively all mixed, whatnot, all sorts of people, right? And I'm in Canada, right? So we moved to the city. She puts me in inner city school.
Yeah.
A lot of these bullying events keep happening. I go to the teacher after extremely violent fights, to the point where like an extra inch of pressure, you'd be dead type fights. And the teacher looked at me dead in the eyes and said, "You're the white one. You must be the racist, and this is why this is happening." She didn't do anything. Ever since that day, man, I've had a small rage for anybody who is anywhere near racist against white people or any other side, because I know what that can do to a small child. It messed me up. And you got these people normalizing grooming, and they're not just normalizing grooming, they're also normalizing like people keep complaining, oh, CRT is this, that, and the third. It's just law. No, they're teaching black kids that they're victims and should be hateful towards white people, and they're teaching white kids that they're evil and should hate themselves. It's disgusting.
It
So
is.
I went through this.
Anything that goes against. Why are we teaching our kids to hate anything they have no control over?
Well,
It
that's what I
isn't
mean.
like there's
I
this
went
magic.
through this.
It's not like there's this magic moment in our life where we can point to a color and say, "I want to be white" or "I want to be black." That's not a choice we get to make.
And this was in 2004, fourth grade.
Right. I knew it was getting bad when I was teaching, and some kids who were born after 9/11 were telling me about racism. I said, "What?" I said, "Oh, I gotta get the hell up out of here." These kids are like, "Oh, we're oppressed, we're this, we're that," and I'm like, "When year were you born? 2004." I'm like, "What?" I said, "Oh, absolutely not, man. No, this ain't happening here. I can't do this anymore." Go ahead.
Chaos. There's this one video of a black father who scolded the school so fucking hard. He was like, "Why are you teaching my boy to hate whites? Why are you teaching him he's a victim? He can succeed." He was so angry, man.
And he should be. He should be, because it's bad enough that me having the engagements that I have with a lot of folks from the black community telling me that the people that they're around already teach them to have that kind of mentality. Now you got the schools teaching it on top of it. It's like kids can't get away from this shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, but like back in the 90s, there was this golden age where nobody cared about race in like the grade school, high school. We were all just playing together, man.
Yeah, I remember that day.
Yeah, I remember that, the good old 90s, man. It was so beautiful.
Wasn't it though?
It was
the 90s it was like our 70s chaotic.
Yeah. Yeah, the
It
90s
was a joy. It was a joy. It was so colorful back then. Yeah.
Yeah. You just had friends. If they were white, they were white. They were black, they were black. They were Asian, they were Asian. It was just weird. We didn't think about race. It was just weird back then.
Yeah, a good friend of mine mentioned that like it's nerdism that brought black and white kids together. We just want to play Yu-Gi-Oh, Beyblades, the next sci-fi game. Like we didn't like to watch the next anime.
Back then it was more like Marvel and Mutant Ninja Turtles and what's that, Mighty Morphin Power Rangers.
Oh yeah.
Well, me was all about Yu-Gi-Oh.
Paul in the chat says chaotic are tired of spending the majority of the day hurting animals in the classrooms. Yeah, that's what it felt like. Public schools, it feels like you're hurting cats.
Yeah.
Like that's what it is. It feels like you're hurting cats.
Well, you
777, what's up, man? 777, you're on mute.
Sorry, I muted myself. Sorry.
Go ahead, sir. What say you about public schools, sir?
I'm a product of the public school environment, and I'm doing very well with myself. And it led me to multiple fights, incarceration, and just basically neglecting everyone that I've ever loved or cared about. So I do feel that public schools does create monsters.
Okay.
What say you, sir?
No, go ahead. You got the floor, man. We've been talking for hours. What say you?
So, yeah, I don't think that there was race involved. I think that, a wise man once said, "I hate everybody equally."
Right.
And yes, and I do believe that that is true. I don't think there was racism involved in public schools. I think that there was a lack of genuine care in teachers and all the faculty. And Angry Snowman actually sounds like somebody who's a product of public school as well.
Absolutely.
Well, he said
I went to a public Catholic school.
Oh, so a Catholic school. So that's even worse. So you have problems with your own sexuality.
No, not at all, brother. Not at all.
I don't know where that comes from.
See, look, it's really kind of ironic that you say that because
No
I went to a
offense,
public
no
Catholic.
offense.
No, none taken, man. That's what I like about Chaotic's platform is we can speak freely, man. And if you have the testicular fortitude or the vaginal fortitude to be able to stand here and hear things, then you can take a part in these conversations.
Chaotic,
like a real human
if I
being.
may, chaotic, if I may. I was always under the impression that if you went to a Catholic school, I don't know how to say this properly, you tended to be, especially was it an all boys school? Angry
Say
Snowman?
it as candid as you want. buddy.
No, the thing is mine
Don't
was
call me buddy.
it was a co-ed Catholic school, but at the same time, I was a Southern Baptist by my religion, but the public Catholic school was actually the only school in the town that we lived, so I had no choice if my mom wanted me to go to a public school, but to go to the Catholic school. I wasn't allowed to partake in any of the Catholic observations. I didn't go to Mass on Thursday. I didn't go to religion class on Tuesday. I didn't go to where to the Father for what's that called? Where you go and say your Hail Marys and all that shit. I didn't do that on Wednesday. I forget what that's called now. I didn't do any of that stuff.
Did you go to an all boys school?
No, it was actually co-ed. It was boys and girl.
Okay. Were you confused about your sexuality in school?
No, I wasn't confused about my sexuality. What I was more so confused about was religion.
Okay. Is that why are you non-religious now?
No, I'm a religious person.
Okay. Now, do you think that school failed you? And did you go ahead and get a degree in college after that? Was that a grammar school or a high school?
What do you mean by grammar school? I don't know what the difference is between grammar school and high school.
Chaotic. Could you help me out here? It is pre-K through 8th grade, sir.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I got my GED about 5 years ago.
Okay, in prison?
No, I've never been to prison.
5 years ago, you sound at least 50 years old.
I'm 43.
Okay, so you got it at a occupational facility?
No, I got it so I could get a job.
Correct. You got it in a learning center, or?
Yeah, I went to the local college and took the adult ABLE GED test.
Okay, was it difficult?
Not as difficult as I expected it to be, because I went up to take it just to find out what I needed to study, and for me, I was paying to take a practice test, and actually ended up passing the test after 20 plus years of not being in school.
I'm going to send Chaotic Truth Live a $10 donation. I was wondering if anybody wanted to match my $10 at all.
777, let me ask you a question, sir, and thank you for the cash app, sir.
Yes, sir.
Hold on for a second. I gotta play your song. Give me a second. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Now, 777, earlier today, I was talking about my experiences as a teacher in the public schools and why I left. And I talked about, the fights. And it's not just the student on student fights, but a lot of times it is the student and teacher fights that happen a lot in public schools. And it can happen in inner city or rural or even suburbs in terms of public schools. And then I was talking about number 2 was the parents. A lot of times the parents, a child can say anything and a parent will just react off of emotionalism. They won't gather any facts. They won't gather any evidence. They go to the school with the intent of physically harming anybody in sight that is an adult. And number 3 is this whole culture of grooming culture. So you are a father, 777.
Correct. I think
your child is not in school yet, but will you be sending your child to public school or private? And please give me your answer as to why or why not.
So I'll answer this very quick. I don't want to take up too much of your time here.
You have the floor, sir. You can
I do think that what you said earlier about parents acting a goddamn fool in school is because they have a limited IQ, I'll say. I think that people tend to, and I've been accused of this. I tend to lead with anger instead of thinking first. Yeah. And I think that happens because I have a low IQ, unfortunately, and that's just the way that genetics work, as I am a cave dweller. Thank you. Shout out to HB12.
So, I don't think you necessarily answered the question.
No, I'm about to get there. Go ahead. I was approaching the topic, sir. Approaching the topic.
Go ahead.
Thank you. I will be putting my child in a public school, but I will have complete control as soon as I feel that school does not deem him to be successful. Is that the right terminology I just used? Nah or nah?
Go ahead, sir. You get the floor.
So,
Yeah.
so I don't. So basically, what I'm saying is, I don't with public schools, but as far as private schools, I don't think a 3, 4, 5-year-old really learns anything as far as in a private school environment at that age.
Yeah.
Maybe 10, 12, 13, teenager. Yeah, then maybe a private school. I think he would, do better in, because they cater to intelligent folk. You know what I'm saying?
I disagree.
Well, you didn't go to a private school in high school, sir.
No, but my son goes to a charter school, which is basically a step away from private school.
And is he?
May I ask you a question? So,
Sure, Agnok Arar.
It's actually Ragnarok.
Sure, Ragnarok.
Your arrogance is very telling.
Okay, Ragnarok.
So why do you assume if somebody went to a Catholic school
that they're gay or feminine
sure.
as a male?
Yeah. Why do you assume that?
Okay, so I assume that you went to a Catholic school with all males, correct?
No, they were always co-ed.
Okay. Usually, when you go to a Catholic school, you got those sweet tendencies. I'll say sweet. I don't want to disrupt the show. And you know what? Honestly, talking to you, it sounds like you might have some sexual orientation issues. To be honest with you.
No, I think you're just a troll.
Sounds like you like arguing, and I'm not here to argue with you, sir.
I'm not arguing at all.
I'm not your girlfriend.
Look, buddy.
You got a question for me? I mean, what's the problem here?
Well, the question is like, why the arrogance?
The arrogance, sir? What are you talking about?
Well, when you've displayed prejudice and arrogance,
we're just talking about schools and
we're
kids.
Talking civilly about a topic. I'm just curious as to why you decided to be arrogant.
My question is, have you ever been to a Catholic school?
Me personally, no.
Then how can you make assumptions about something you've never even been to?
I had a couple friends that went to Catholic schools, and they said it was uncomfortable. Luckily, they were straight males, and it's just a really gay environment, respectfully.
Actually, being gay is extremely prejudiced against in Catholic schools.
I mean, that's who makes a lot of the gays are Catholic schools.
Wow, that's a new one.
That's an unknown metric.
Little boys surrounded by boys all day long, playing with boys, getting out of school, going back to. Listen, I was dealing with women at a young age.
So is the military that's 90% men, probably more all gay or something?
Honestly, you want me to go there with the military? Sure, we can go there. I think if you go to the military, you have some secretly gay tendencies. Yeah, you want to be surrounded by men all day long? I don't. I like going to nightclubs. How about that?
777. Let me ask you some more questions, sir.
Sure.
So, let's do some scenarios here, okay? Your child or your son goes to a public school. Your child is in a classroom of 30 kids. He's in the 2nd or 3rd grade. He has fallen behind on reading and math standards.
Okay.
How would you approach the 2nd grade teacher? Go ahead.
I would explain that I feel that the teacher is incompetent.
To the teacher?
Yeah, the teacher is incompetent. Why wasn't the child shouldn't have any of these issues unless it was addressed at an early age, at an early onset, and then it should be addressed appropriately in a timely manner. So if I'm getting called to the school, then clearly the teacher has failed. Not only did the teacher fail, but the supervisor of that teacher has failed.
Okay. Now, I got another question for you, sir. Your child is in high school. He is he's in the 9th grade.
All right.
He assaults his 3rd period teacher. What do you do, sir?
My question would be why first.
Okay. The teacher told him you cannot go to the bathroom. There are no bathroom breaks. Your son attempted to leave the classroom. The teacher blocked the door. Your son said, "I'm going to count to 5." He counted to 5. Then he struck the teacher. The teacher pushed him. Your son called you. What do you say, sir?
Very proud.
What happens in public schools a lot.
Sure. It's actually happened to me growing up, and I pissed my pants. I was in about 6th grade. Just all over the place, just pissed all over. I would say I'm very proud of him. I don't think any man should step in front of you unless they expect an altercation. No matter if it's, hey, you can't piss here, or hey, you can't do this, or anything. I think that it's terms for hand-to-hand combat, no matter what age you are.
Now, you are aware.
I got a question, if you don't mind, real quick, Chaotic.
No, go ahead. Yep, go ahead.
As far as your children failing in public school, at what point does the fault stop falling on the school and begin to fall on the parent?
Well, at 2, I've done everything in my power. What grade are we talking about? Second grade, third grade?
We're talking from birth until they get through life. When do you stop teaching your parent? When as a parent do you stop teaching your kids?
Well, honestly, this is a tough one for me to answer. I would say that I've done my job raising him, and the school is supposed to teach him. I'm raising the child.
The supposed to teach them or raise them?
I said that I'm raising the child. The school is supposed to teach them. Okay, I'm not going to teach them about 1492.
What are your metrics as to what means you did a good job raising your child?
Raising him means raising him or her to be a contributing, decent member of society.
Well, then how do you do that without teaching them?
That's the school's job, sir.
No, you just said it's your job to raise your child.
I'm making him
you said that the metric to raise your. You said the metric to raising your child is to be a productive human being. You said, sir.
Hang on, Angry Snowman.
One at a time. Hold on a second. Let Angry Snowman talk. Go ahead, Angry Snowman.
You said that your metric to raising a child is to make sure that they become a productive member of society.
Correct.
In order for your child to become a productive member of society, you as a parent have to step up and teach them how to be a productive member of society. That's not the school's job. That's your job. From your own mouth.
Well, you just asked me as far as learning goes, whose responsibility is it for him to learn? And I would say I'm raising the child. The school's responsibility is to learn.
So perhaps how would you raise in that methodology to make them productive?
Okay, right.
How would you go about that?
So I guess you could answer your own question there. How do you think a person raises a child? They treat them accordingly. They create a human being instead of an animal.
Obama's still got swag. You didn't say that, did you, CT?
So look, 776 semantics and all, and wording this, that, and the third is cool, but methodology is key. What will be your method? How would you impasse? Like, say you have a young boy who's coming up, and he joins a gang. What would you do? He's causing problems.
He joined a gang? Well, he's out on his own. He's not living in my house.
Well, here's a better scenario. Say your child just comes up to you for just normal childhood advice from his
I'd ask him for the proceeds of the drug trafficking organization he entered.
Are you going to, if your child comes to you and asks you for just normal fatherly advice, you're going to look at him and say, sorry, son, that's not my responsibility. If you want to learn something, go and ask your teachers at school.
Well, fatherly advice would be raising a child, like I just answered your question originally. And then I also said that
I love how you tap dance around the question.
Well, I said that the school, I keep answering the question.
No, you use semantics. You use semantics.
I couldn't spell semantics if you paid me, sir. I couldn't spell semantics if you paid me, sir.
But you know what semantics
probably the issue.
Pretty well.
Like I said, you asked me a question, I answered it. Now I'm not on trial here, am I? Am I on the stand?
I'm just doing the same thing to you that you did to me. I mean, you came at me like I was on stand.
My job is to raise a child. The school's job is to help them learn.
Your job is to be a caregiver, a provider, and an educator to your child. You brought that child.
Well, my job is whatever the fuck I want my job to be.
Well, then don't be mad at society when your child turns into a dipshit that ends up in prison.
Being a father is not a job.
If he ends up in prison, he's going to learn.
You mean
Ragnarok, you make
nothing
absolutely no sense.
once you're a parent.
Just go read a book.
I've read many. You probably could
go read another book.
Here's the thing. Fatherhood is not a job. It is your entire life's initiative once that happens. And if you do not treat it that way, you will fail your child.
Sir, I'd like to, you know what? I'm going to just go ahead, CT.
Well, to get the conversation a little bit back on course.
Thank you.
Please.
777. I have to agree with Angry Snowman because I had made the same statement earlier, a few hours ago. It is not up to the public school system to be the babysitter of your child. This welfare-like culture that exists with the public school parent, it needs to end. You are supposed to teach your child how to read, how to write, and basic math before they even enter school. And a lot of parents don't do that. But you're saying it's up to the parent. I mean, it's up to the school to do it. And me being a former teacher, I have to tell you that you are the very same parent that I really, really abhor. Go ahead.
I mean, I beg to differ. I think when a child enters,
you can't beg to differ. This is what I just think about, a parent like you. But go ahead.
I'm saying that, my opinion is different from yours, sir.
Sure, go ahead.
What I'm going to say is it's your job as a teacher to teach. Now, if let's say a parent, whoever, me, you, whoever, Angry Snowman, whoever, brings their child into a school and he has problems with reading, writing, or math, that is your job to turn that child around, or give me your paycheck every week. Chaotic.
Well, here goes the thing, sir. Here goes the thing. School serves as a means.
Or you shouldn't be in that profession if you don't like the challenge. Sorry, go ahead.
Sir, you birthed your child into existence. You had sex with a woman. 9 months later, a human being came out of this woman.
Sure.
Why is it up to the state to take care of your child?
Because that's what he's been raised to believe.
This is what public schools are for.
But sir, there were no public schools in the 1700s.
Well, yeah, and none of those children led to anything decent in life either.
Sir,
really, there weren't senators and business owners and shit in the 1700s.
Maybe
actually, some of the first universities ever to exist were in the 1700s.
Oh, right.
I was talking about.
I'm just going to say, but what is it? Harvard? Isn't that one of the oldest fucking universities?
Look, every single nation in Europe and many in Asia as well had university systems.
Yeah, maybe about 3% of society.
You realize that the purpose of school is to take what you teach your children and expand on it.
Listen, guys.
They're supposed to give your children the knowledge that you don't have the knowledge of.
So you're saying in the 1700s, in the 1700s, they were better off than they are now. Is that what you're saying?
No, we didn't say better off.
No,
in the 1700s, parenting was better off than it is now.
Parenting was better off than it is now in the 1700s.
Well, of course, mass majority of families had both parents and they had traditions. Whereas nowadays, we just have parents who treat institutions like, I pay taxes just to teach them everything. No, it's not a daycare.
Ragnar, do you have children?
Yes.
How many?
4.
You failed all of them. Angry
No,
Snowman,
I didn't fail all of them. None of them, actually. I got them all going being very successful.
Why are you asking me? Am I being interrogated now?
Do you have children, sir?
Am I being interrogated?
I'm asking you a question if you have kids.
Do you have kids?
I just said yes, I do have a son.
Then you failed all of them.
Thank you. I only have one. Angry Snowman, the question I asked you was, do you have children? I assume that you do. And I also assume that you feel some form of a guilt for not taking care of them properly.
No, I don't feel no guilt at all because my kids are very well taken care of, sir. I don't know where you get all thinking that you can just make assumptions about people because they have disagreements.
Yeah, CT, I humbly chaotic truth. I humbly request you whack a troll.
As much as I would like to, 777, has every right to. I guess he's attempting to state a case. 777, your case is basically welfare.
I'm sorry?
Your case is basically welfare. You want the state to take care of your responsibility.
No,
but that's what you said.
Nobody said anything about that.
Sir, wait a minute, sir. You are essentially saying that the public school system has to teach your child.
That's their job, correct?
Sir, you mean to tell me you're going to rely on another man to teach your child basic arithmetic, something that you already know?
First grade, second grade, third grade, fourth grade, fifth grade, sixth grade, seventh grade, eighth grade, high school, college.
You are the, again, sir, I got to say this. You are the very parent that I
Love it.
despised
Thank you.
when I was teaching. Yeah.
Appreciate it.
Go ahead. Yep.
You know, and I heard many educators say just what you said, CT, about parents.
Well,
The biggest problem with parents is they expect the school system to do everything, and that them as parents have no responsibility to their own children. But yet, they want to come up and raise 10 kinds of hell when their kid acts like a jackass.
Yeah.
It has to be reprimanded and play that, oh, my baby didn't do that. That's not how my baby acts.
So 777, the best way you could go about supporting your own child in the future when it comes to teaching is not just rely on the school system, but maybe even help them with their homework, introduce them to books that you might like. When was the last time you read a book you like? What's your favorite book?
When the child is at school, and Chaotic Truth Live is a prior teacher, previous teacher.
Yes, I am.
So he has, a jaded view of teaching. And
I have a jaded view when, in fact, most teachers would never, ever admit to what I'm admitting to right now.
Well, I'd like to say that a lot of teachers shouldn't be teachers. They simply got into the profession because it was an easy job to get into. I know a lot of people that...
How is it so easy when an educator can educate your kids that you can't educate?
Well, a teacher can get a bachelor's and become a teacher, correct, Chaotic Truth?
So you think it's that easy to go to school to just get a bachelor's degree in education?
Associates, you get associates and become a teacher.
Mind you, he thinks it's an easy job, but he won't educate his kids. He thinks it's your job.
I don't know where this is coming from about not educating the kids. I said it's the school's job to teach.
Yeah, but it's your job as well.
What do teachers do? They educate.
You guys have a
What is
very
teaching?
disturbed
Education.
view of what should go on in the schools, and I think
No, what should go on? The schools are simply this: they teach reading, writing, and arithmetic.
Well, you're agreeing with
History.
the host.
It's as
I
simple
get
as
it.
that.
You don't want to. You don't want to disagree with the host.
It's not a school's job to teach your child how to be a fucking human being. That is your job as a parent.
I said, as a human being, that's my job. I said to teach is the teacher's job.
Oh, we have somebody new to the panel real quick. Give
Hey,
me a second.
boom, bow, blah, blah.
Bow, bang, pow. What's up, sir?
Bow, bang, plow, boom, plow. What's up, CT? Salute.
What's going on, sir? How are you doing? Question, sir. Are you a product of the public schools? Keep it real.
No, I'm not a product of public schools, because there comes a time when you become a man and you got to take personal responsibility for your own mind, for your own body.
It is.
Okay. So did you attend public schools growing up?
Oh, yeah, I had free lunch and everything.
Okay. So tell me some of your experiences, sir. Go ahead.
Well, personally, some of my experiences, I don't agree with that guy's comment talking about most teachers just get into it because it's an easy job. That's false, sir. I've met thousands of teachers. Most of them actually seem passionate about teaching, about making a difference in the world, about saving the kids.
Right.
Yeah.
It's actually a small percentage of teachers that get in it just because they think it's an easy paycheck.
And it's actually the opposite. It's a difficult job. You know how much patience you got to have to deal with these, to deal with strangers' kids?
The same level of patience that he apparently doesn't have for his own kids because he wants to send them off to someone else to do his job.
So 777, how old is your child?
3, sir.
3? Okay, okay, so you've done some of the basics of raising a baby. You don't know what it is to raise a person who is talking, thinking, behaving,
you want me to put
acting.
him you want me to put him in the Back to the Future car and raise him faster? What do you want me to do, sir?
No, it's if you keep up with your attitude that you have by the time they're 12, that I feel bad for your kid.
Right. Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. He's well off and he will do just fine, but thank you.
Then I hope you perfect your character so it'd be best for him.
Sure, I'll read your book
He's
about.
not even gonna know that the teachers got his kids into puberty blockers and told them don't tell your parents and turned their kids trans. He's not gonna know till it's too late.
That's very strange, sir. I don't know where you're going with that. It's very bizarre, sir.
It's from your behavior we're
It's not
analyzing.
bizarre. That's what's going on in the world right now. They're teaching your kids to choose genders and be a drag queen. parents and be on puberty blockers. Oh, and don't
my
tell your
kid's
parents.
straight or he gets smacked. All right,
You know,
that's how I'm
Balbang,
living.
you bring up a very good topic, and that's another reason why I advocate for private and charter schools is because parents actually have more of a say and get more of an input on what their children are being taught and what the curriculum is that their children are going to be receiving from that institution when it's a private or a charter school. Whereas in a public school, you don't have no say. You're just going along for the ride, and whatever they get served up to your children is what you're dealt with being served up to them.
That's false.
No, it's not.
In private school, you don't get a say on what the teachers are teaching. So.
How do you figure parents don't get a say in private school, sir?
Well, your student gets kicked out then.
They fund it, so yeah, they do.
You realize private schools are totally funded by parents. Without parents funding, there would be no such thing as a private school.
So you're saying a private school student has never been kicked out of private school, sir?
I'm not saying that, but not for the reasons why you seem to think they are. It has nothing to do with the
You don't tell a school
private
what their
school student
curriculum
gets.
is.
Yes, actually, that's why they have.
Chaotic
school
Truth
board
Live,
meetings.
can you interject here?
I'm allowing the panel to talk. Go ahead.
Sure. You can't tell a private school what to teach your child.
So,
man.
So 777 at
That's
a
false.
private school, at a private school that is 100% funded by these parents. Think of it as like the shareholders overviewing the curriculum, which they are. They fund the entire school, the entire staff. If there's something they vote on that they think, oh, this should be in the curriculum, that's what's going to happen.
What are the odds of all the teachers voting against or for something, or all the parents? Sorry, think about that.
It's like it's a shareholders meeting, bro. You could have 50-50,
shareholders meeting.
51%.
School.
Yeah, the shareholders
look at
are
it this
literally
way. Those
the
people are
parents.
paying cash money. If you're paying $30,000 a semester, and a bunch of parents come together and say, "Oh, we want a game design class in this school," it's gonna happen because they paying cash money.
Yeah, and if that teacher's like, "Nah, I want to teach this," why?
Yeah, they're gonna get fired.
And again, I know just from charter schools firsthand that if teachers don't go along and teach the way that they're expected to teach and just do what they do in public, a lot of these public schools, then they get fired. They lose their job. They're replaced by a teacher that will do the job the way it's expected.
What class would you like to create if you were going to create
what
a
does
class?
this have anything to do with the topic?
I want to prove my point.
Well, prove your point, but what does what class have
Well,
to do?
let's
All I
the
did
panel.
was make a statement that public schools and private schools and charter schools, parents have more of a vested interest and are able to actually make decisions based on school curriculum, where in public schools you don't get that opportunity.
I think teachers, professors, and directors of the private school have more knowledge and more educational background than the parents who luckily came up with 10, 15, 20,000 a year for their kid.
And
I would trust
what's
the
point of that?
school itself.
What does
over a
that
bunch of
statement
random
have?
Parents that live in the suburbs.
Well, most suburbs actually go to public schools. It's the gated communities that go to private schools, my friend.
Actually, suburban kids actually go to private schools, buddy. You got it all wrong.
I'm not one of them.
Yeah. Okay. You're whacked out, Ragnarok.
No, I don't think you understand class.
Smoke a rock.
777.
This is a wonderful show, by the way, guys. Definitely donate. Let's make sure we donate.
777. Let me ask you this. Your welfare stance on the public school system is a cycle that needs to be broken. I'm a former teacher, sir.
Sure.
And I'm telling you, what you're saying, I've heard so many parents say that, oh, well, it's your job to teach. It's your job to do this. It's your job to do that. When is it, I'm telling you, when does it become the responsibility of the parent to teach basic arithmetic to their 7-year-old, to their 6-year-old?
And that ties back to the question that never got answered that I asked earlier, CT, is when does it stop becoming the school's fault, and when does the responsibility fall on the parents for their own child's failure?
Fifth grade. If you want an answer, maybe 4th or 5th grade, I would say.
So what about grooming? So 777, what about grooming culture?
The grooming culture?
They put LGBT and stuff onto your child.
I'm coming in smacking a teacher.
So you wouldn't let a man, the school system says, listen, Mr. 777, we're gonna have a cross dresser come in today. It's legislation now. You can't. What would you say, sir?
Spit in their face, choke them out, and then get my child out of the school.
Go ahead.
I mean,
maybe dude,
catching several charges.
Maybe do the latter.
Catch a charge, call the lawyer, and get out. I mean, I don't know what you guys expect from me to say as far as.
Look. We
hang
actually
on,
agree.
So hold on.
No, you guys hang on a second.
Hold on.
Now we're talking about something.
Because I'm trying.
real.
Wait. Because I'm trying to understand how you teach your child civility by acting uncivil.
I didn't say he has to be civil.
Well, that's part of being a productive member of society is having a certain level of civility.
I think you need to stick up for yourself and stand up for what you believe in.
There's a difference in sticking up for yourself and just walking into a school swinging and spitting on people because your kid wasn't acting right.
All right, well, let them make your kid gay.
No, look,
and sit on your hands about it. I'm not.
777. I think what he means is instead of just catching a charge, just pull your kid out, man. You don't need to be uncivilized.
Well, you know what? I'm against all evil in the world.
Even your own when you start hitting people for bullshit?
You know, if I was to become an evil human being, I would end myself.
Well, so the thing is, we agree with your sentiment. We're against teachers doing that to children, teaching the LGBT stuff.
I think you need to get physical. I think if more people got physical, there'd be less incidences like this in schools and in life in general. I think it's gotten completely out of hand, and we need to take. Thank you, Riot Pump. I think we need to take not only our streets back, we need to take our schools back, and we need to take our United States of America back.
Okay.
Sure, it is the Sicilian way, Riot Pump, but 777, a Sicilian would never just go out and do that. See, I'm part Italian, okay? We don't just go around acting like a fucking doofus omerta, okay? You gotta be civilized about things.
Sir, there is no civilization.
Even the mob had civility and rules.
There is no civilization when it comes to a man trying to turn your child into a transsexual.
So talk to other parents. Pull your child.
That's when you parent actually
1 second,
start.
still bad. 1 second.
No,
So
well,
if you pull your child
we call that
out,
soft, Ragnar, and I think you're
777. If you pull out your child and you talk to other parents who disagree with what they're doing, you to ask them to pull out their child. Do you know how much money the school's going to lose? Money talks.
If I may.
I don't fucking care about the school losing money. I'm talking about spitting in the man's face that's trying to turn my child into a transsexual.
Chaotic, if I may.
That's the question I was asked.
Go ahead, Angry Snowman. You get the floor.
Is it fair to say that a lot of the reason why we have all these things like teachers teaching reproductive and sexual things to kindergartners through third graders and so on and so forth, all these egregious things that a lot of us as parents stand against? Is it safe to say that a lot of this started taking place when parents stopped being part of the school system itself, stop actually taking part in their child's education, stop going to PTA meetings and school board meetings, and even simple things such as a band concert or a basketball game? Parents are unconnected with their kids, and they do not participate in school functions at all whatsoever. Parents are the reason why these things are being taught, because they didn't hold schools to the task. They walked away and said it was the school's responsibility to raise my kids.
Yep. Like 777 is saying.
Right, yeah. I'm the reason why schools are teaching transsexuality in school. Yeah, yep.
If you're not involved in your child's education and what's going on in school, then yes, you are absolutely responsible.
So as far as not being involved in my child's education, where did you gather that information, sir?
All you got to do is look at history, brother. Look at history.
The less attention you pay to the education your child's getting, the less you'll come to know them. They spend the majority of the day in their early life from 4 to 17, 18, 8 hours spending in an institution where you are not there. If you don't start talking with your child and working with your child on that education, you'll never know what they're being told.
That's great, Ragnar. Next.
777. The pipeline to elite schools starts with private school. yeah, people can say, well, yeah, I ended up going to an Ivy League or a elite private school without having gone through elementary or high school in the private sector. But generally, kids who go to, like, let's say, I'm going to use high level schools like Exeter, which is one of the premier private schools in the country. These kids end up going to the Harvards, the Yales, the Princetons, the USCs, etc. Then these kids end up going and getting employed at the Fortune 500s because of the connection, etc. So knowing that as a parent, would you risk having your child go to a public school, or would you work hard to get them into a private school? Keep it real.
So would I work hard to get them into a private school is your question,
Knowing
right?
that the outcome could be them working or being employed at a Fortune 500 as a possible C-suite executive or a higher ranking position, just based off of the fact that they went to a certain school.
Now,
and that would lead them to living in their upper class. They would go up a bunch of classes, and you would put your child in a better position than your own generation as yourself.
I would say 9 out of 10 parents would answer the way you expect a person to answer and say, yes, I'd like them to be in a private school. I'd like them to get this, work at this blue chip company where they make X amount of money.
Correct.
Me personally, I would say I would want him to make his own money, which is, very, very hard to do in today's society. But
That's actually very smart. Getting into trades is possible for that.
Not trades.
Well, not
but
only that,
I guess
but
you could use the term trades.
Private school is actually going to give your child the skills to be able to be a business owner a lot quicker than a public school.
Would you agree, Chaotic Truth? Wouldn't you say that creating your own wealth would be even better than joining a private school and getting this job from
Sir, I'm
company X?
asking. Well, sir, hear me out for a minute.
But I do agree with you as far as that goes.
Yeah, I mean, because like I said, the companies that we see today, people can argue all day long and say, well, this person went to a public school, but most CEOs, most other C-suite executives like chief financial officers, private schools, and chief operating officer, COO, even like lower tier positions, which are compared to a C-suite like a vice president position. These are all generally kids who went to private schools all throughout their life. And I have to say this, I don't think that public schools set you up because you don't have the connections, one, and generally you don't have the education. I mean, kids in private schools, I have a cousin right now who goes to Yale. Let me tell you
Congrats
something.
to him.
Yeah. And he was doing in high school, he was doing collegiate work compared to the students that I was teaching who were doing.
So he was probably a lot like my son, where I said he's in second grade reading at 7th grade level,
Yeah.
He's scoring well above all the other students, in his grade level.
That's awesome.
Yale is one of those schools, man, where you get chosen, you actually end up on the map just by being accepted.
Absolutely.
And that was one nice thing I will say about the charter school is my son, he did start getting in trouble this year with the teacher. And it wasn't because he was, trying to get in trouble. He was getting his assignments done before other kids were. What does a kid do when he has nothing to do? He disrupts. He talks. He acts out. So I had a discussion, me and the wife, with his teacher and said, if he's getting his assignment done before everyone else, then give him another assignment that's that's twice as challenging to make him sit there and focus on something else. And she took that advice, and since she started doing that with him, there's no more outbursts. There's no more disruption of class.
I think public schools create future prisoners and convicts, and I think that private schools create some of the people that are executives and leaders of this quote unquote free world that we're in.
But if I may, 777, the point that I was getting at is, if you're not equally taking stock in your child's education and leaving it solely on the education system, then you're not going to know what matters or what stances need to be taken, what actions need to be taken on your child if they start acting out.
I hear you.
You are going to know to say, well, my son
maybe
is getting things done quicker because he's at a higher, more advanced level. Why don't you challenge him?
Have you ever watched Bronx Tale?
Yeah, I have.
Do you remember the scene, Chaotic Truth? I know you're a big fan of mob movies, correct?
I am, sir. But what does that have to do with anything?
Do you remember Bronx Tale, sir?
Yes, I do. Go ahead.
There was a scene where Sonny told the young kid, listen, stay in school, all right? This way you get two degrees, one in school and one in the streets. Anybody remember that?
Yep.
I do. Yeah, go ahead.
That's going to raise a better, especially from having a son. If you know how to deal with yourself in the street and in the school environment, you're going to be better off.
Now, let me ask you this question, though.
Go ahead.
Okay, so going by that logic, do you think Jamie Dimon has street knowledge?
The CEO of JP Morgan?
Morgan Chase, correct, yeah.
I think in some ways he potentially has.
Do you think Bill Clinton has street knowledge? Do you
Yes,
think
he does. He got his
Jeff
dick sucked in the
Bezos,
Oval
do you
Office.
think- Wait a minute, hold on for a second. Wait a minute, hold on for a second. I understand.
You know where I'm going.
I understand the movie Bronx Tale. I understand the message that was trying to convey.
Yeah.
But you are aware most of these high-level executives have never been in the streets, never been in public schools, don't have a concept of what you're talking about. And these people are very powerful.
And,
Well, I mean, what is
to
your-
note on that, if you don't mind,
What is your definition of power?
Sir, Jamie Dimon is more powerful than any man you know, any man that you know.
I mean,
he's literally the head of JP Morgan.
Yeah, he can make things happen. Put it that way, if he needed to.
I'm pretty sure that man could probably have Biden disappear if he wanted to.
Be careful. Let's be careful.
Yeah, watch out. Oh, wow.
Let's be careful.
How about
That'll
you
get you
see
struck.
your
Go ahead,
children so
Rodney.
that
Go
they
ahead,
don't
Rodney.
have to get down in the streets? Set them up so they could be, in a higher echelon, so they don't have to have street smarts.
Because
that's the thing.
thing,
you
if I
really
may.
need to, well, hold on. You need to actually define when you say street smarts. Are we talking just knowledge of how the streets work, or are we talking some kind of thug fucking education? That's what we really need to define.
I think in the streets you learn how to maneuver with different personalities, and I think in business they correlate together. I think that.
How does that?
Go ahead.
But if what you're saying is true, then how do you okay? So most of these CEOs, COOs, CFOs of these Fortune 500 companies don't have a concept of what you're talking about, and these people are very powerful.
Some do. Some actually do.
Okay, well, listen. Let's say that they do.
Okay.
You brought up a mob movie. I'm gonna bring up another mob movie.
Okay.
Not Donnie Brasco. What's the other one? The one with
Casino?
No, not Casino. Carlito's Way.
Carlito's
Way. Remember when Sean Penn's character, the Jew lawyer, said you could talk all that street stuff you want, but it didn't keep you out of prison. It didn't do this for you. I did. Remember that scene too?
He played amazing in that movie.
He did. You can argue and say that all of that street knowledge, all that, I've heard parents say they got to go to public school because they're going to be soft. I'm like, well, if what you're saying is true, were all the CEOs of McDonald's soft? Were all the CEOs of any of these Fortune, these billion-dollar companies soft? What are you talking about? These people are staunch businessmen.
If I may.
Go ahead, sir.
So, a lot of people like to say, "Oh, there's a school to prison pipeline." No, it's street to prison pipeline, and
No,
the streets.
that's where you're.
Let me finish. Let me finish.
Parent to prison pipeline is what
Yes,
it is.
correct. You have bad parenting, which then leads to a young man trying to join some gang on a fucking street to then sling crack at the age of 16, goes to juvie hall, goes back to public school, acts a fool, and guess what happens next?
That's very racist, sir. I don't know where you're going with this as far as
Buddy,
slinging
I'm
crack
white,
joining
and
gangs.
I'm white, and I grew up in the streets when I was younger.
I don't know where you're heading though with
You
this.
don't
Slinging
understand
crack,
street
joining
credit. You
gangs.
watch movies, okay? Anybody in the
Sir.
streets will tell you they don't want that degree.
Sir,
That's
you've never even seen crack, let alone known anybody that's sold crack.
Well,
comment there.
Ragnarok, to a
the
certain
point
degree,
is,
I'm
look,
gonna have to disagree with you because I do have street smarts too, and that street smarts helped me dig me and my wife out of some situations.
that's okay. Yeah, that's true.
awesome.
That can help. That can help too. But most of the time, this whole streets degree thing you want to talk about, that's survivability. It's not a degree. It's not something.
There's not a lot of educated people that can lose everything and then figure out how to make a couple grand in a few days if they.
That's
need
true.
To.
You can't. Like, I would much rather have my child understand how to survive in the woods on their own than to have to survive on the streets, because that's harsh.
But see, that's why I posed the question of we need to define what we mean by street smarts, because there's street smarts and then there's thug smarts.
Right. I was more talking on the thug smarts end, because yes, even if I'm fucking white, people do end up on those kinds of areas when they're young. Things happen. Surviving in that environment is nothing anybody wants. They want to get out.
Let me point out that whole thug mentality is both a white and a black issue. It's not just.
I agree. It is a big issue.
A lot of people that work regular minimum wage jobs make more than crack dealers.
That's true. And that's, if you can actually educate somebody who's surviving on the streets then yeah, that they'll get out. They'll find a way out. They'll grind. They'll get out.
Right. Have you ever sold drugs?
I have.
When I was under the age of 18, yes.
Okay.
I stopped once I reached 18 because I knew the consequences.
All right. So you weren't successful at that business.
I was.
No, I was successful. I just got out.
Well, you couldn't have been successful, or you would have kept doing it, and you would have eventually retired.
No. Look, when you go to juvie hall for doing that, that's no biggie. When you're doing that after 18, you're screwed.
No, because see, he does make a point, Ragnarok. Somebody that's successful at that stuff, even if they do it, there comes a point where they might get in a pinch and they go back to what they know to make money.
Right.
You're right. Yeah, you're right there.
You were scared of being incarcerated, is basically what you said.
Well, I want to travel.
Which is fine.
I want to travel.
I
don't want to be stuck. You can't travel.
To not travel?
No, you can't travel if you get incarcerated.
Sure you can.
No, a lot of countries won't let you.
What are you talking about?
Most countries in the, as you say, so-called free world have a law where if you ever get incarcerated or have anything on your record, you're screwed. You try to go through customs in another country, they'll see that, they'll send you right back.
Free zone. Carl Young. Carl Young's a retired drug dealer. He retired in prison.
We made a movie about it.
You won't be able to get into Canada.
Right, that's about it. Just Canada.
Yeah, because I'm pretty sure the U.S. only puts a ban on your that fucking passport if you have.
Okay, then that's a bias of perception for me because I live.
Canada's got the right idea. They don't want real degenerates in their country. I get it.
We really don't.
Oh, they're real. I got arrested at the Canadian border.
What?
Canada's real strict with the customs. They arrested me at the Canadian border.
Wait, hold on for a second. Wait a minute.
Well, it's because you're Puerto Rican.
Hold on for a second. This is what I'm talking about. Jazzy. Jazzy says Fortune 500 CEOs equally likely to attend public and private colleges.
False.
Of course, but if you considering the fact that there are way more public.
Put some respect on my name. I'm Cuban, 100%. I ain't Puerto
even
Rican.
worse. Yeah, even worse.
Okay, let me get you guys. Okay, let me read this. Jazzy says Fortune 500 CEOs are equally likely to attend public and private colleges. Okay, so there are 10 times as many public schools as it is private schools, and somehow private schools magically happen, or individuals from private schools magically happen to be half of the CEOs. Doesn't it just tells you the importance of private schools?
Well,
if there's not that many of them, but some reason half of the CEOs of Fortune 500 companies happen to be from private schools, it tells you a lot about the people or the caliber of people that come from private schools.
I was always told by every headhunter or scout anyhow that that were headhunting for a business or scouting for some kind of scholarship, so some sports scholarship, that they generally go to private schools before they go to public schools.
Right. Well, that makes sense. And I think most of the people who go through private schools, it's multi-generational who go through private schools because they were successful and they continued to make sure that they were, because the parents were extremely involved into making sure their quote unquote quasi kingdom, their family kingdom, you're going to inherit my fortune. No, I don't want you to be a dummy.
It's not even that. If you just look at it logically, a lot of these, any kind of Fortune 500 company or any reputable school that's looking for, athletes and stuff, they're going to want people that come to their school or come to their company that have, like I said earlier, a level of civility about themselves,
Right.
have a level of humility and know how to be humble and know how to fall between the lines of the rules. And you're going to find that in private schools a whole lot faster than you are in a public school.
Yeah, I agree. I think if you want your kid to be, developed into a good athlete and drafted, and whether it's the NBA, NFL, MLB, you'd want him in a private school.
Hey, real lady, you still there?
Oh yes, I am. I'm sorry.
Oh yeah.
I've been-
So I'm about to end the show. Any last words, real lady?
Well, this was very insightful, and I definitely agree so much with Angry Snowman, and I just wish that a lot of people in our community, the men and women in our community, can really put emphasis on not having the teachers just be somewhat like a babysitter to the children. Yes, they are responsible for teaching, but it's also their responsibility to make sure that they actually learn what they're learning, as well as all other aspects, all other things, rather, to help them to navigate life. Yeah, so that's
Right.
just what I wish for, and I'm a strong advocate for
Great answer.
private schools. So yeah.
Awesome. Well, thank you very much, real lady, and please come back again. And positivity is coming your way. Angry Snowman, any last words, sir? Thank you for coming up.
Hey, no problem, man. I'm just going to reiterate, that it is a parent's job, plain and simple.
Absolutely.
You got to look at your child as, for lack of better words, we've heard all this talk about business and this, that, and the other, and how you put effort and you put time into a business, or, you put your time and energy into a stock or something like that. Start treating your kids the same way, because, they are a stock. They're your stock, and if you don't put your time and energy into them, that stock's never going to grow.
Exactly.
That might actually be, the determining factor of whether or not you end up in a nursing home with some piece of crap nurse that doesn't give a crap about you, or whether or not your kids are actually going to care enough to put the same stock back in you when you can't take care of yourself.
Exactly. Good point. Thank you very much, Snowman.
That was great.
Ragnarok, any last words, sir?
Yeah, I wanted to bring up that topic as my closing thoughts on how the schooling system is going to be completely revolutionized very
Awesome.
shortly.
Thank you. You have a great night, Ragnar.
777, please give him respect. Please, Ragnarok, please, you can finish.
So, remember how I brought up how in school, schooling in a building will be something of the past, and we'll be having more online and much more into the individual type of teaching.
Mm-hmm.
I think this quasi schooling revolution is going to happen a lot quicker than we think. Like I said, this lockdown has really shown how it does work. The one issue is sociability, like how will kids socialize, right, in this kind of new system? And I think that can be easily solved. Like you got music class, you can't do that through online. You could, but like all kinds of things you could do. You'd save more money. You would be able to be putting your child in sports and stuff, give them an edge. Like 777 talked about, like putting your kid in a private school could actually get them in high league sports to get drafted and stuff. They can go to a college league and be an all-star. And I think this online type of learning, if it's perfected, would be a lot better than this ancient Prussian 1700s German schooling system, which was designed for the previous industrial revolution for factory workers. And so I think we're going to see a lot of changes. Yeah, that's all I wanted to end on.
Thank you very much.
Awesome. Have a good one.
You too.
Bang,
pow, boom.
Bow, bang, pow. Any last words, sir?
Yeah, I want to say, you know, you gotta offer guidance to your children. You definitely gotta offer guidance. If you don't guide them,
keep my wife's name out. I'm sorry.
If you don't guide them, the streets are gonna guide them, or the school are gonna guide them. So you gotta guidance. Like me, for example, my mom was a single mother and she would work all day. So I would be skipping school. I would be in the streets. So I ain't have no guidance. I was raised in the streets, right? And while I was doing all that street stuff, I could have been getting a trade, becoming a diesel mechanic or something that could make a lot of money, you know. But instead, I was out there. Yeah, I got all the street smarts and stuff, but I could have been uh, way better in my life if I didn't go through all that. If I would have focused on, you know, like getting degrees and trades and becoming a politician or something, you know, like instead of going the street route.
I think that was a great answer. I have to agree. You know, I don't know where Chaotic Truth went. I think his screen is loading. I don't know if he lost signal here. Can everybody hear?
Other than that, the last thing I want to say, 77 Radio, a U-Haul van full of Cubans is going to pull up, and for talking smack, all you're going to hear is bow, bang, pow, boom, blow, salute.
Nice. At least my gardening will get done pretty cheap. You know, this has been Chaotic Truth Live, and his show is excellent. And I want you all to know that there's one thing, you know, with content creators we have to remember. And that's to make sure that we donate, because his time and our time is valuable. But more importantly, the host time. Now, we owe this man not only a donation, but a thank you for giving us something to look forward to, especially at night. And I have a 22-second clip that I would like to I just need 22 seconds. Thank you.
You got everything, man. I mean, come on. Look what I gotta fucking go around with. Fucking diapers, man. I got fucking diapers. I shit my pants every day. I can't walk. I can't hump. You know? Go ahead and kill me, you cocksucker.
That was
that Carlito's way.
Yes, sir. That was my donation to the end of the show. I want to say thank you. It's been a pleasure to be up here after a long hiatus. Any last words, sir, before I kick you and get you out of here?
777, you are you are the type of parent that I
despise.
That I despise. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Thank you.
You rely on the public school system,
yes,
to teach the basic skills that a child should be taught at home. Basic arithmetic, writing, reading should be taught at home.
Okay.
And the fact that you're relying on the school to do that is appalling, it's deplorable and despicable. And you are the very same person that you're the reason why I stopped teaching. You're the type of parent. And what say you, sir?
You know, I think everything is relative, right? So there were people born to think the way you think, and there were people born to think the way I think, and the same with you know, all the guests on the show. Mm-hmm. And I think that's what makes this country so great.
Yeah,
is we have a lot of free thinkers, and you know, in a way, what Elon Musk said, maybe we're living in a what did he say? In a
simulation.
In a simulation, right?
Yeah.
And all these characters create the simulation.
Mm.
So what do I get? Where am I going with that, you ask? And I'll tell you. Where I'm going with that is, and if you're not happy with the way someone is or acts, you have absolutely every right in the world to act on it, to speak how you feel. And that's what makes us a great country. Now, in other countries, you can't do that.
Okay.
So where I'm going with this is, one of us is right. All right. One of us is probably right. Either I'm right or you're right. But really, who's to say who's right?
Right.
Right? What's the opposite of left?
Right.
Exactly. I think we're done.
Any other words, sir? Or any...
Yeah, guys, come check me out on xnxx.
All right, have a good one, man. Peace.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
Guys, thank you so much for tuning in. I'm out of here. It's been a wonderful night. Let me see who else is still in the chat. Thank you, everybody, for camming up. Let me see. What's up, Holden? Holden says, "Sup, chaotic? You still cooking?" Yeah. Thanks, Michael Douglasstein, for the contribution to the show. DK says, "What the F?" Let me see who else is here. Guys, I'm out of here. I'm out of here. So, wait a minute. I think Triple's okay. Have a good one, guys. Peace.